Well, we are back for the first time in a few weeks. Happy to be back. Might be even 4 weeks, but by the time I get this uploaded, I was sick for about a week or two, and I'm still getting over some remnants of a chest cold, so please bear with me as I try to half cough my way through this stuff. Also in the last couple of weeks, I have taken a break in my verse-by-verse studies and kind of gone down this rabbit hole of church history as it pertains to some fundamentalist Mormon church history, which is not an area of study that has ever interested me before. I found myself intrigued by it, and I was doing some of my own study through videos and through some of like the church archive stuff, Joseph Smith papers, and realizing that this is an area of study where a full history of fundamental Mormonism hasn't really been compiled, at least in terms of like an overview of all of the branches and the history of it. And I thought this would be a really fun place to try to do something like that, to provide such a thing. This is going to be a very, very brief overview. And I say brief, this is probably going to be a lengthy video, but the content of which we're just going to be kind of skimming the top of the most important elements and figures and dates in terms of Mormon fundamentalism. And so you can maybe use some of the content of this video as a starting point if you want to do deeper dives into any one particular sect, denomination, or even historical figure. Before we dive in, there's a couple of things that I want to just get out of the way and be very clear about right from the start. The first is that we're going to be discussing some content in this video that could be disturbing to some viewers. I'm going to try to keep things as least graphic as possible. And actually, for the most part, like 80% of Mormon fundamentalism and its history is pretty benign. It's more political. But fundamentalism in Mormonism is inherently tied to violence, and a lot of that violence is inherently sexual violence. And so just be mindful of that if that's a sensitive area for you at all. The second point I want to make really clear right off the bat is that I fundamentally reject the practice of polygamy, I reject the doctrine of blood atonement, and I reject the ideology of white supremacy. I shouldn't have to say that, but I do. So I'm saying it with my full chest. I am not mincing words. There is absolutely no ambiguity here. I fundamentally disagree. I fundamentally am not aligned with the core fundamentals of what Mormon fundamentalism is all about. This is purely a history lesson and is not to be mistaken for any kind of endorsement or promotion. To begin our discussion, I think we should just hash out some definitions really quick. What do we mean when we talk about something being fundamental? Fundamentalism is the practice of adhering to fundamentals. When something is fundamental, especially within a religious context, we are talking about core principles upon which that thing, whatever it is, if it's religious, then it's religion, on which it is based. So when we look at religious fundamentalism, we're talking about something that is strict, ultra-literal, hyper-dogmatic adherence, and perhaps we could say adherence and enforcement of said fundamentals. Now, every religion, for the most part, has sects of fundamentalism because every religion has fundamentals. And so when you look at, let's take, for example, mainstream evangelical Christian fundamentalism. These were the circles that I grew up in and around. So Christian fundamentalism requires a few things. It's going to require a hyperliteral interpretation of the Bible. And this usually leads to things like apologetics. It's the attempt to try to argue for a particular dogmatic point that may not be the most likely conclusion. It can also lead to things like Christian science, or I should say creation science. Christian science is a religion. So creation science will say like the earth is only 6,000 years old and things like that. With Christian fundamentalism, you're going to get a strict set of social values. And this could pertain to really anything. It exhibits a lot in the form of sex, clothing, money. Christian fundamentalism is going to emphasize a correct conversion experience. In the evangelical world, this takes the form of you have to say the sinner's prayer, and then usually some form of confession of your sins. Some sects will emphasize baptism and or membership in a particular church. It is very common in Christian fundamentalism to see evangelism. They'll also refer to it as witnessing, that is to say proselytizing. And almost always there's going to be some kind of separation, even if it's an ideological separation, not necessarily a physical separation, from mainstream culture. Now, for my Latter-day Saint friends, if you're looking at this list and going, this kind of all reminds me of LDS culture, yes, that's because, as I said, every religion has a set of fundamental principles, and so religious fundamentalism is going to look pretty similar, generally speaking, across the board, regardless of what religion it is. Adherence to fundamentalism is basically a spectrum that is going to depend, where you fall in that spectrum is going to depend on your personal convictions as well as your social pressures. So let's say on this far end, you're going to have what we refer to as true fundamentalism. In the middle, you're going to have moderates. And on the far right, you're going to have your seculars. Between the points of fundamentalism and moderate is what we generally call conservative. And between the points of moderate and secular is typically what we refer to as liberal or progressive. Now, you can definitely place yourself somewhere on this spectrum, wherever you think your belief in general, your faith in general falls. But keep in mind, your faith is made up of dozens, if not hundreds, of religious principles. And so you can actually take this spectrum and apply it to individual moral elements or moral issues. So let's take the issue of clothing, for example, which falls under that umbrella of the strict social values. On the far fundamentalist side, you may have something like a full body covering. So when you think of Muslim fundamentalism, this is like literal full body covering. You can only see the eyes and maybe the hands. But you get to some Christian fundamentalist communities and they do very similar things, requiring head coverings for women. You have to wear long sleeves. You can't show your ankles, that sort of thing. Maybe somewhere between fundamental and conservative, you can say, okay, it doesn't need to be a full body covering, but you shouldn't be able to see a body outline. If you're landing straight conservative, you'll just say, well, maybe this is respectful, plain fashion. Somewhere between conservative and moderate, maybe you're going to give permission for makeup. If you're a straight moderate, maybe you're going to say, okay, well, you'll just conform to your cultural gender norms. Whatever is feminine for your culture, if you're a woman, you wear that. Whatever is masculine for your culture, you wear that. Somewhere between moderate and progressive, you'll just say, well, it's really up to personal comfort. If you land progressive or liberal, maybe you say it's actually personal preference over comfort. So it's just straight up full autonomy, whatever you want. somewhere between progressive and secular. Maybe there's this place where you are being countercultural. So wearing things that overtly reject any sense of self-shame, or wearing things to try to reclaim one's own gender or even sexuality. And then on the far secular end of the spectrum, this basically turns into a non-moral issue. In other words, what I wear has nothing at all to do with my sense of morality, thus all the way over here. Now keep in mind, this can be done, like I said, with every single religious principle that one holds dear. And this can be quite the exercise. Most of these things, because of the social pressures or just personal convictions, operate on a subconscious level. We don't really think about where our values land on this spectrum. But the reason that I'm highlighting this spectrum is because I think sometimes when we as Latter-day Saints compare ourselves to the fundamentalist Mormons, it shifts away from a discussion of spectrum, and it turns into this discussion of true versus apostate, basically. If you wanted to get more technical, perhaps you could say authorized versus unauthorized. And based on what you think is true or apostate, or authorized or unauthorized, that is going to develop your sense of what is orthodox versus unorthodox. And I'll tell you why that is not the discussion we're having, is because all of this is relative to where you fall on the spectrum and where the person you're comparing yourself to falls on the spectrum. So let's say these are three people. Each person is in their own idea of true. And that means that the farther you get away on either side of that person's spectrum becomes apostasy to you, relative to your position. In the philosophy world, I believe this is what's referred to as the spectrum of moral relativism. It's this idea that what is true for me may not be true for you. And I'll tell you something, here's a little hint. If you wonder how fundamentalist you are, if the idea of truth for you is not truth for someone else, in terms of morality, if that is an offensive idea to you, you are further on the fundamental spectrum. The closer you get toward fundamentalism, the more likely you are to believe in a one true fill in the blank. Now, what's fun is that this kind of spectrum, drawing it again in a different way here, this can be applied, well, let's see, we'll do, again, fundamentalism down here and secular over here. This not only applies to sects or denominations of a particular religious group, this applies to every single individual within those sects or denominations. What I mean by that is no one is ever going to be aligned 100% on the spectrum for every single religious issue. If you do happen to find that person, it's like 1 in a million. And chances are, if you talk long enough about certain topics, you will find areas that you diverge. So people are just kind of scattered all over this spectrum. But what you can do, because nobody wants to be a one-man wolf pack, you can group people according to general likeness of belief or value on that spectrum. And this is how you get denominations or churches. So, for example, in Mormonism, on the far left, you're going to have the FLDS group. You get closer to the secular end of the spectrum, you're going to have something like the Apostolic United Brethren. Further right, you're going to have the mainstream LDS. And then further right still, you're going to have something like the RLDS. And to be clear, this is not the end of the spectrum. I mean, this goes on this way, and this may even extend further left. This probably exists somewhere, down here on the left side of the spectrum. But you can kind of see where these religious groups start to form based on the interpretation and enforcement of these values. Now, here's the fun thing about the evolution of churches and just how they progress through time is that, statistically speaking, the more people that you add to a particular group, the higher the likelihood of a split, because people are not monolithic. Everybody is different. Everybody's, as you learn in kindergarten, everybody's a snowflake, right? So the more people you add into this bubble, it is going to pull one way or the other on the spectrum. And eventually it's going to get to a tipping point, whether it's a particular practice or a particular leader or leadership style, whatever, name a thing. It's going to get to a point where this part of the group can no longer be part of this bigger group, and you're going to end up with a split. So in the case of the Apostolic United Brethren, it was Centennial Park. You see that with all of these big churches. And what's really funny is some of the splits that end up coming out of neighboring bubbles aren't related to the ones coming out of the neighboring bubbles, but they do look similar. So a break-off group from LDS that goes more towards the fundamental end of the spectrum is going to look really similar to a break-off group of the Apostolic United Brethren that go towards the secular end of the spectrum. They kind of meet in the middle here. Now, what this dynamic produces, it's this idea that church growth is actually really bad for fundamentalism. Now, if your personal views are more towards the secular end of the spectrum, church growth isn't as much of a threat. But if you identify as someone who is more conservative, you probably don't know what you're saying when you advocate for growing your church, because the scope of fundamentalism to secularism is actually, it's kind of this path that widens. You've heard it said, straight and narrow is the way that leads to salvation. Well, straight and narrow is the way that leads to fundamentalism. So fundamentalism down here, secularism over here. If you want to grow your religious community, keep adding people to it, you have one of two options. The first option is you can allow yourself to shift towards the secular end of that spectrum. The more people you add, and the more it will naturally drift in that direction. Or you can do what a lot of the fundamentalists do, and you can try to put a barrier here. And that barrier is basically going to look like authoritarianism. Authoritarian control. If you are unwilling to let your group shift towards the secular end of things, which it will naturally do the more people you add to it, then you have to crack down on obedience. Obedience is a must, and disobedience is going to be punished, or you're going to be expelled from the community. There's going to be some kind of negative consequence. You typically have to consolidate power to just a few people. You cannot let this be a true democracy. And most importantly, you have to isolate. You cannot let the outside world in, and you cannot let your people out into the outside world. Those are really the only two options if you want to prevent a bubble bursting church split kind of event. Now, because of this dynamic, and the tendency for fundamentalists to kind of use this system to try to keep everything in place, we want to freeze our group in time while also growing it somehow. You do see a lot of fundamentalist movements, or at least movements on the fundamentalist side of the spectrum, starting to resemble cults. Now, that is not to say that every fundamentalist movement is a cult, any more than it is to say that more secular end of the spectrum movements can't be cults, or at least cult-like. I want to put a pin in that conversation when we try to wrap this entire discussion up, because cult is kind of a buzzword, and I want to really hone in on what I mean when I say cult and how that is applied to the discussion of Mormon fundamentalism. Okay, so let's have a discussion about what we mean when we talk about Mormon fundamentalism. What are the fundamentals of Mormon fundamentalism, particularly for the sake of this discussion? Where do they come from? Where do they emerge? Mormon fundamentalism can be broken down into 4 basic principles, and pretty much every Mormon fundamentalist movement that has ever existed and exists today follows all or a combination of these 4 principles. 2 of them come from Joseph Smith and 2 of them come from Brigham Young. The first and probably foremost is polygamy. That is to say, the practice of plural marriage. Very rarely will a Mormon fundamentalist group not practice polygamy or not emphasize it in any way. The second is the law of consecration, or what was referred to as the United Order. Again, pretty much all Mormon fundamentalist movements have some implementation of consecration. It would be strange to find a thriving Mormon fundamentalist movement that didn't have something like the United Order in play. Then we have this rare gem, which we've actually talked about quite a bit on this channel, the Adam-God doctrine, which was kind of it's like the OG temple theology. The second one under Brigham Young is the doctrine of blood atonement. Maybe I should define them very briefly. I think we kind of know what these are. Adam-God doctrine, it's the idea that that God became Adam, and that Adam basically was our Heavenly Father. There's more to it, but that's simply what it is. And then blood atonement, it's this idea that some people have committed such horrible crimes that they are beyond the reach of the atonement of Jesus Christ. And so in order for them to have a chance at salvation, to have a chance at any kind of exaltation in the kingdoms to come, that they need to essentially kill themselves in order to atone for those things. Now, by some accounts, both of these teachings were loosely introduced by Joseph Smith towards the end of the Nauvoo era. Joseph Smith had a lot of proto-theology that he was always experimenting with and developing, and so these were concepts that, had he survived, he probably would have developed further, perhaps even into ordinances or official scripture or things like that. But really, 99% of how Adam, God, and blood atonement played out in the Mormon experience, it came under the direction of Brigham Young during the Utah Deseret era. I'm doing this all backwards, but maybe I'll just give a brief definition of consecration as well. I'll talk about polygamy at length. Consecration, or the law of consecration, it's this idea that there is no personal property. It actually is like literal communism. So you are signing away your personal property to the bishop or to the church, and then that property is redistributed according to the needs of the community. So there's about 15 chapters of revelations in the Doctrine and Covenants that are still scripture for us today that refer to these concepts, things like storehouses and stewardship and a united order, and sometimes they straight up just call it consecration. Joseph Smith tried to implement it at least once or twice, and he hemorrhaged membership every time he did it, and every time it was kind of pulled back and there would be a new revelation that's like, oh, the church isn't ready for this, obviously. But the goal was to get there. And I think under Brigham Young, actually, because the Deseret community was so isolated from the rest of the world, consecration actually played out a little bit better than Joseph Smith was able to see it through. There are also some important sub-teachings that show up in a lot of fundamentalist circles that cannot be attributed to any one person, although I will say there were certainly elements of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young's teachings and theologies that incorporated these things, but you can't really point to any one specific thing. They kind of exist as these like floating in the ether, detached concepts, as opposed to real doctrines. And all three of these things mostly exist in kind of ideological ways. So the first is an ideology of white supremacy. Both Joseph Smith and Brigham Young were staunch white supremacists. It is just not historically debatable whatsoever. Joseph Smith doesn't always get that reputation because he had some abolitionist policies when he was running for president of the United States, and he had ordained at least one or two people of color to priesthood and some other callings. But Joseph Smith was a very complex character and often had a lot of ulterior motives for things. Ultimately, both of these guys were absolutely about white supremacy. And you can see the way that even the doctrine of these two gentlemen pertaining to white supremacy evolved into the modern era, where up until the last 20, 30 years, we were literally teaching people of color that if they prayed hard enough, if they were obedient enough, that they could become white and delightsome. And of course, that phrase, if you're familiar with that phrase in the Book of Mormon, there are definitely some white supremacist undertones to the fundamental text of Mormonism. The second is this idea of apocalypse, that the end of the world is any minute now, and that Jesus Christ is going to appear in the clouds, and we all have to be ready for Judgment Day. Very doomsday prepper-esque kind of stuff. And then the third is this concept called the one mighty and strong. And that is pulled from, did I write it down? Of course I didn't. It's pulled from a section in Doctrine and Covenants that, I'll just put it in the subtitle here, but it's pulled from a section of the Doctrine and Covenants that has more to do with land consecration. But over time, this gets reinterpreted. And the one mighty and strong becomes a myth that at some point the church is going to fall into some kind of disorder, perhaps even apostasy, and that God is going to send the one mighty and strong to set things to order, to set things right. And all of that is to prepare for the second coming of Jesus Christ. So very apocalyptic in nature. And because the interpretation was never explicitly given by Joseph Smith, people, especially fundamentalists, they took it and they ran with it. So the ideology of the one mighty and strong kind of fluctuates depending on what fundamentalist movement you're looking at. I just want to walk through a brief overview. I'm not going to get into the weeds very much at all. Just a brief overview in the Joseph Smith era of what polygamy entailed and how it affected the trajectory of the church. And where does it pop up and how is it talked about? The first time we see reference, or I should say, the first time we know there's a reference to polygamy is actually in 1831. There is this unknown revelation that we know exists because we see it referenced among inner circle. We see it referenced in the journals of certain missionaries. This is very controversial because I think officially The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints denies that this existed. But according to people in Joseph Smith's circle, he gave some kind of revelation to the missionaries that he had just sent out on Lamanite missions. And he'd given them a commission: go and marry Lamanite women. Now, these were all married men. Go and marry Lamanite women. God has decreed it or whatever. There's an authority. I'm sanctioning this. And it was for the purpose of essentially creating offspring with the Lamanites that were more white and delightsome. So really, really racist undertones already, just with the very first idea of I'm taking extra wives. There is a possible connection to polygamy in 1832, and I'm saying possible because this one is also hotly debated and I believe denied by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but certain historians have discussed it. And it is when Joseph Smith is getting really close to Nancy Marinda Johnson Hyde. We don't know exactly what the relationship was. She's a teenager at this point, and this is the incident where Joseph Smith and I believe it's Hiram Smith get tarred and feathered out in the public square. They yank him out of his home. What's notable about this is there's at least one, I think maybe two accounts that say they were attempting to, they brought a doctor to castrate Joseph Smith. What's notable about that is they did not attempt to castrate the brother. It was just Joseph. And so for me and for a lot of historians, you just have to think like, okay, why would you castrate somebody? Why would you castrate a man, right? I think we all know the implications of that. What is kind of icky about this, and the only reason I'm mentioning it, that this has any plausibility, is that Nancy later becomes a plural wife of Joseph. So we know that he's got eyes on her in that context to some degree. In 1835, we get the Doctrine and Covenants, which comes with section 101. This is notable because Doctrine and Covenants section 101 kind of highlights this theme that pops up over and over and over again throughout LDS history. It's this idea of we're going to lie for the Lord. That there is a general law that we follow, but then there is a higher law that we are allowed to follow kind of under the table. And so we say one thing here, perhaps to the public, perhaps to general church membership, but then we do another thing over here. Doctrine and Covenants 101 explicitly says marriage is between one man and one woman. It is an absolute rejection of polygamy. I think the reason this revelation came about was because there were already some rumors about impropriety. I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but just know at this point in history, there have already been some notable anti-Mormon pamphlets and maybe even a book that has come out from defectors from the church, former missionaries who have gone out and collected affidavits. And some of these affidavits, whether we want, we can debate them and say they're biased or whatever. Some of these affidavits come back saying wherever Joseph Smith went, he was flirting with women and he was being inappropriate. And he's married. He's married to Emma at this point. So there's already this reputation. D&C 101 tries to squash any idea that there would be impropriety because marriage is between one man and one woman, and it says we affirm, right? And this is scripture. This is official Mormon scripture. It is also at this time 1835 to maybe 1836, we have the Fanny Alger incident. And I say incident because, again, we just don't know exactly what this is. I know what I think it is. Most historians know what they think it is, but it conflicts with the church narrative. The church says that Fanny Alger is officially Joseph Smith's first plural wife. Fanny Alger was a live-in maid with the Smiths. I believe she was a teenager. She was somewhere between 16 and 18 at this point. But I call it the Fanny Alger incident because basically what happens is Emma walks in on Fanny and Joseph in the barn. And whatever she sees is enough for her to make Fanny Alger homeless that day. She kicks her out of the house and she is angry. This sounds like an affair. And because this sounds like an affair, it is imperative that this is framed as the first plural wife, because the church believes there's enough evidence to suggest that there was something happening, either romantic or sexual. Then in 1841, 41 to 1840, let's say 2, we have a ton of secret marriages. These are secret marriages between Joseph and his plural wives. And I say secret, it's secret from the main membership of the church. It is certainly secret from the rest of the world. The outside world does not know this is happening. And it's secret from his wife, Emma. And there's even documentation from Joseph or from Joseph's representatives, like, I don't want to say counselor, because I don't think his counselors were quite involved yet, but he did have an inner circle. And there's some documentation in the Joseph Smith papers that has surfaced where Joseph explicitly is planning, okay, here's where Emma's not going to be around. So this is very intentionally kept under the table. During this period, he marries somewhere around 20, maybe 21, that we know of. That's the thing. These things were so secret, and I guess it's this juxtaposition of like, the church has secrets, but we're also a record-keeping people, and so we're really bad at keeping secrets because we like keeping records. So it's really hard to say. Like, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints now admits that Joseph had somewhere between 30 and 40 plural wives through the duration of his life. But some more liberal scholars who are willing to like shoot in the dark and say, what's like the worst, if you want to categorize it that way, what's the highest possible number? Could be 50, 60, like we just don't know. He was marrying a lot of women. In May of 1843, he is sealed to Emma. And so Emma was probably, if we're going with the concrete numbers that we have, Emma is wife number 22 in terms of the ordinance of marriage. So to be clear, when I'm saying sealed or a sealing, it's this idea of a marriage that is not just for mortality, it's a marriage that is going to last for all eternity in the afterlife. And this is still considered to be, I would argue, the most sacred ordinance in the church that the average lay membership has access to. This is really what the church encourages people to work towards. And it is the last ordinance that you can generally receive in this lifetime in terms of like a sacred temple ordinance. Then 2 months later, this is July of 1843, we get D&C 132. This is the polygamy revelation. And by all accounts, he is writing this revelation to essentially present it to Emma. He doesn't even present it to Emma himself. He sends a messenger. I think it was his brother, and his brother gets chewed out. There is one account where Emma takes the revelation, knowing it's the only copy, and throws it in the fire, or like rips it up and throws it in the fire. And so William Clayton has to go back and retranscribe the entire revelation. It's just this very messy thing, and very clearly Emma is not okay with this, at least not at first. I say not at first because there is some evidence that toward the end of Joseph's life, she was maybe kind of leaning into it, but it's too in the weeds. I don't want to get into it. Generally speaking, this was not a good thing for Emma. And towards the end of her life, she was denying that polygamy ever happened because it was such a traumatic memory for her, is kind of how I see it. So now that we've gotten to D&C 132, let's just talk about the content of D&C 132, because this is not only a very important document and doctrine for the church. Even now, it's still part of our canon, but it becomes a very important kind of tethering block for later fundamentalist movements that would start to emerge. So Doctrine and Covenants 132 is wild. If I had to just bet, most members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints have not read it in its entirety. Because truthfully, it feels jarring, and many elements of it are just a little odd. And so I'm going to break down the essential elements of what this revelation says. First and foremost, this is not a revelation from Joseph Smith. This is from Jesus Christ himself. This is a thus saith the Lord kind of a revelation. So when you're reading D&C 132, just make a mental note. This is the Savior speaking to Joseph Smith. And that's why I think it bothers a lot of people, because the cadence of this revelation is, we'll just say it's a stark contrast to the cadence of Christ that we are used to. The main doctrinal piece that stands out is that polygamy, or plural marriage, it is a requirement for salvation. It is a requirement for exaltation. If you want to stand in the fullness of the presence of God ever in the eternities, you must, a man must have multiple wives. Polygamy is called a covenant. It's called new and everlasting. This is really interesting because this ties to something that we'll talk about later in fundamentalist movements, where the argument basically is that Jesus Christ has said here and then later in one other place that this is irrevocable. This isn't going anywhere. Polygamy is going to be on the earth for the faithful until Christ comes back. Another thing that this revelation introduces is there's not really a name for it, but it becomes known as the one-man rule, I guess. And it's this idea that only one man on earth at any time has the keys to authorize polygamy, to authorize plural marriage. Here's a fun fact too. Those keys, because it's everlasting, they don't go anywhere. So that means, doctrinally speaking, today, in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, President Dallin H. Oaks has the keys to authorize polygamy. Isn't that crazy? But he obviously won't, because he can't legally and for messy reasons. But the keys still exist. That potential is still very much embedded in our doctrine. Those keys need to be on earth today because we still do celestial sealings for the dead. So we still kind of practice polygamy, just not for mortals. But we can get into that a little bit later too. This revelation gives Joseph Smith the divine authority to seal. So he is the one man. And this is explicitly called a command. So it is a command to practice it for Joseph, and it is a command to accept it for Emma. And this kind of gets expanded as polygamy starts being practiced within the community. It is a commandment for the men to practice it. It is a commandment for the wives of those men to accept it. They also introduce, or I should say he, as in Jesus Christ, introduces the concept of the law of Sarah. The law of Sarah is really, really weird. It basically says the first wife, the man who is practicing polygamy, his first wife must give consent for him to start taking other wives. However, D&C 132 also says, but if she rejects the principle of polygamy, if she says no, then she is under condemnation. In fact, it says she's under damnation, and then the man can just proceed anyway, and then he doesn't need any permission going forward. So he can just take really as many wives as he wants or needs or feels called to, or however we want to phrase it, but it does say take. To take. And so D&C 132 is really framing marriage as kind of a property thing, framing women as a property thing. I mentioned damnation. It's kind of you're not even allowed to say damn in a sacrament meeting. And this word, damnation, it pops up, it's like 10 times, I think, throughout the entire chapter, more than any other chapter of Scripture. Damnation, damnation, damnation. It's very, very intense. This revelation gives Joseph Smith the power, it's divine power, to bless and curse for eternity. So basically, this revelation from Jesus Christ, I cannot stress this enough, it is giving Joseph Smith basically the keys to the gates of heaven, so to speak. So if someone has lived, quote unquote, worthily their entire lives, but Joseph says no, then God also says no. And then if there is somebody who maybe hasn't lived worthily, but Joseph says yes, then God says yes. And this blessing or cursing, what is blessed and cursed and bound on earth, God says, I recognize that as bound in heaven. And the final thing that this revelation grants Joseph is a guarantee of exaltation. And it kind of goes into the ins and outs a little bit of why. I think it refers to like his struggles and the things that he's overcome, and like that God or that the Lord recognizes his obedience in all things, and where perhaps he has not been obedient or not faithful, Jesus says, you are absolved, you are forgiven, and your exaltation is hereby sealed upon you. So that's a big deal. So that's D&C 132. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, I know it's heavy, and it's not a comfy.
I just keep rolling my eyes.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay, let's talk about code names. Code names for polygamy. Because polygamy was pretty much always illegal for as long as the saints practiced it, and because it was secret from the world and from even some church members and from other wives, we have to be really careful about the way we talk about polygamy. And so they start referring to it in very coded ways. You may not pick up on it unless you understand the context of what is being said, but you can go through early church documents, go to Joseph Smith papers, stuff that's been scanned in to the church archive, the historian's library, and you will find these phrases pop up over and over and over again. And once you see it, my friends, you cannot unsee it. It's like, oh, there it is. So you'd be surprised how many code names polygamy has. The first one, I'd say first and foremost, this is the most common. They refer to it as the principle. Of course, they refer to this as the new and everlasting covenant. Sometimes they just refer to it as celestial marriage. They will a lot of times refer to this as the blessing or blessings of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In a few places, this is referred to as a man's privilege. And oftentimes in like a theological setting, this is referred to as the higher law, or even God's law. Now, what is the one thing that all of these have in common? Plausible deniability. It's all so vague, and they are attached loosely to other very real Mormon principles. And so, well, we're not talking about polygamy, we're talking about fill in the blank. This was a way to be very, very covert, very intentional about the secrecy element that was happening. For the rest of the Nauvoo era, so 1843 to 44, when Joseph Smith dies, there are a few things that happened that are just historically notable. Joseph Smith begins practicing what is called polyandry, which is the practice of women being married to more than one man. And oftentimes this would look like Joseph going to one of his friends or acquaintances or church members and basically saying, the Lord has asked me to take your wife for my wife. And obviously this created tension and some uncomfortable situations. It started creating, situations where people were leaving the church or starting to spill the beans about polygamy to people outside of the community, because this just feels a little wrong to a lot of people. And there are, I think, there's at least one instance where Joseph Smith sends someone out on a mission, marries his wife while he's out on the mission. The guy comes back and realizes, oh, now my wife is married to Joseph. So it creates a lot of discomfort and a lot of awkwardness, even within the community. Another thing that Joseph starts to do is he starts to marry what are legally the equivalent of his daughters, either adoptive daughters or like his wards. There are a couple instances where teenage girls that had been assigned to live with him and Emma, I think in one instance they were like orphans, and like Joseph and Emma took them in, and then he begins to propose to them and ends up marrying them. At some point, missionary efforts are attached to polygamy, and this is loosely documented, and I want to be really careful about the way I talk about it because it is so loosely documented. But there are instances where they're sending missionaries out to Europe to try to find attractive young women and bring them back to Nauvoo for the purpose of being married off to other men in the community. And there's at least one account of one church leader, I believe it's Heber C. Kimball, if I'm not mistaken, who is heard making a comment to the missionaries like, hey, make sure you save some of the pretty ones for us. And so in the modern day, in modern speak, we call that sex trafficking. I don't know that I feel comfortable attaching that label to it for various reasons, and we'll talk about some of the ethics of polygamy here in a second, but just notable that is going on. The other reason I bring this up, just like the implication of possible sex trafficking, is that Nauvoo was absolutely a known hub for sex work. There were at least 2 brothels that were known of in Nauvoo where people coming in to visit would solicit these places for their services. There may have been others. I don't know that there's any evidence that plural wives were being pimped out for prostitution, so I just want to be really clear about that. But there is plausible overlap, and it is certainly concerning from a modern perspective. You do have to keep in mind that Nauvoo was broke. They had nothing. They were literally raiding nearby villages and taking stuff to sell it back through the red brick store. They were literally counterfeiting money. They were printing fake money in Nauvoo. And so sex work was kind of all they had. Like it was just the only economy that really produced legitimate income. So, I mean, imagine saying that in any kind of like church context, right? The implication that the church was in part built on the establishment of prostitution and sex work, that from a modern perspective feels very scandalous, but it was a historical reality. The other thing that's very notable is just a constant set of lies and denials from Joseph Smith himself about polygamy. And that's something that it's kind of crazy to think about, because the church now is very, well, I wouldn't say very open, but it's much more open than it has been in the past about Joseph Smith's polygamy, right? So at this point, by the end of his life, it's like 30 to 50 wives. But for the duration of his life, till the day he dies, he publicly is denying it. It isn't happening. And he will literally kind of go on the record here, almost like a I swear to God kind of a thing, where he's quoted as saying, you know, what a thing it is for a man to be accused of spiritual wifery, you know, to have all these wives. And I forget how exactly he says it. I think the quote ends with him saying, I can only find one. But he's basically like, plural wives? Well, that'd be nice. Where are they? I don't see him. I don't see him anywhere. I just got the one. So like he keeps up this, what really is an act. Now we can say that like he's doing it because he's commanded in some way, but even Doctrine and Covenants 132, like even aside from this whole notion of lying for the Lord that comes up, Doctrine and Covenants 132 specifically authorizes it. God says, do it. And so it is weird that for all of Joseph's life, it is a very secretive practice to the end. As of right now, the historical record is very unambiguous that Joseph Smith absolutely began polygamy and practiced it himself, introduced it to others. He introduced it to Brigham Young. I've even had people kind of show up in the comment sections of some of my videos and try to argue this point with me. To me, there's really nothing to argue. And I can just give you some brief sources here. The Nauvoo Expositor, which our church now quotes in some of its gospel topics essays, the Nauvoo Expositor, written by what was Joseph's first counselor at the time, or he was the assistant president of the church, William Law. He exposes everything that's going on behind closed doors. Keep in mind, D&C 132 is a secret revelation. This isn't canonized until like 1870 something. Polygamy is not even public with the church until 1850s. And so what's really significant is that you go and read the Nauvoo Expositor, and it basically lines out everything that this secret revelation that nobody's supposed to know about, but they match up pretty well. As far as I'm aware, nothing in the Nauvoo Expositor has ever been proven historically inaccurate. I think it's all pretty much checked out as the historians have looked it over with that kind of bird's eye view. There are also 12 women who were married to Joseph Smith who gave affidavits in various forms and settings. You can also go back and read some of the journals of the apostles and the journals of the plural wives. And so if you want to cry conspiracy and say that Brigham Young made this up all after the fact, you have to somehow account for the fact that all of these people were lying very specifically about something that never came out for decades later. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Joseph's own writings, there's one letter in particular where he sends a letter to, I believe it's Nancy Rigdon. It's referred to as the happiness letter. There's a quote in there that's even been read out of context in General Conference. Have you heard this quote? It's like, happiness is the fundamental measure of our existence and like the utmost achievement or goal.
I've heard things like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's how he starts the letter and explains why he should take Nancy Rigdon for his wife. He's in hiding at this point, and he's trying to arrange for a secret marriage for him and this Rigdon girl. And he's like, make sure that this time that Emma's not around, because the police were trying to follow Emma to Joseph's location. And so he's trying to organize all this stuff so that he can have this clandestine meeting. And
so he literally did a letter version of a booty call.
Yeah. Kinda
to some girl who would do it because his wife couldn't.
Mm-hmm. If you want to, if you want to amount it to sex, or assume that the plural marriage was always consummated, which obviously, how can you find evidence for that, right? So it's very plausible that this could be the equivalent of that, and he very much says in the letter, like, some things that are wrong in one situation are right in another situation. So this is grooming language where he's really trying to say, well, I have the authority and God says, and even though you've heard it's wrong, it's right here and here's why. So
how was she related to Sydney? Do you know? Was it like Sydney Rigdon's daughter or something? Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah.
That's really freaking gross.
Mm-hmm. And this is why Sydney Rigdon...
His friend's daughter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Sydney Rigdon who basically helped him start the church gave him, like, doubled his converts overnight, helped him with theology, helped him with the Joseph Smith translation. And he was living, at least in and around his household, so he knew this little girl from the time she grew up, kind of a thing. I mean, yeah, it's disturbing for sure. This is why we don't talk about it. Because it's a disturbing thing.
Your dad's coworker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how gross.
And this is, I think, a big part of the reason why Sidney Rigdon struggled with his faith and kind of went off the deep end towards the end of his life. But he was always staunchly anti-polygamy. Maintained faith in Joseph, but maybe felt that he had fallen or something. And that was a common sentiment. Kind of all throughout the eras, like Kirtland and Jackson County and Nauvoo, you get these people that are like, I believe in the Book of Mormon, I believe in the church, I maybe even believe in Joseph, but I'm not sure about some of this other stuff, and I feel like something's amiss or something's fallen, something's come loose in the organization of the church. And if we need any more evidence, I think the cherry on top of just the collection of evidence for Joseph Smith's polygamy is the fact that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints now openly admits it in its gospel topics, essays, to some degree of detail. I mean, you have to click through the footnotes of some of them to get more information, but it really, like all of this stuff that I have presented here, I'd say about 80% of it can be found on churchofjesuschrist.org, LDS.org, the official church website. And I think that's significant because at one time in history, if you talked about Joseph Smith's polygamy too openly, you could almost be excommunicated. Now it's the opposite. If you start saying Joseph Smith never practiced polygamy, you can get booted out because it's that concretely verifiable. Now, obviously, this is a very difficult subject matter, especially for those who have grown up in the church, maybe idolizing Joseph Smith. This can be almost like a stabby feeling, or maybe a feeling of like, why wasn't I told about this? Why hasn't this been talked about more openly? So I recognize this is sensitive subject matter. I thank you for bearing with me. I would like to talk very briefly about the ethics of polygamy, because what better place to do it? I don't know, I can, unless we're talking about verse by verse commentary by the time I get down to D&C 132, I can't really foresee a time where it's perfect for me to bring up some discussion about the ethics of polygamy. I have three criticisms, and we'll say three considerations. This is not an apologetic argument, and it's certainly not an anti-Mormon argument. I'm just trying to be as neutral and unbiased as possible when I look at the practice of polygamy, especially the practice that Joseph Smith began and practiced, and then Brigham Young kind of took and refined. Looking at this from as clear of an angle as possible. So my first criticism, and I think I've said this briefly on this channel before, is that Nauvoo polygamy and Utah era polygamy, they don't really look anything like biblical polygamy. Mormons would have been stoned to death if Mosaic law had anything to say about it. So you can't really call polygamy a restoration of biblical polygamy, because it is not that in any meaningful way. It is something completely different. It's something new. Biblical polygamy would have forbade daughter-mother pairs, sister pairs, polyandry, any kind of daughters under authority, stepdaughters. It would have prevented secrecy. I say prevented, it would have punished in many of these cases. And certainly coercive, kind of like using one's religious authority to get extra brides, that would be heavily, heavily frowned upon. So all of those things are associated in Mosaic law with fines or expulsion from the community, or in some cases death, because some of this turns into like an incest and adultery thing. My second criticism is loosely tied to that, is that Nauvoo era polygamy and Utah era polygamy ironically look nothing like D&C 132 polygamy. If you actually look at the procedures that are laid out by the revelation given by Jesus Christ, they seem to be disregarded pretty regularly and pretty willy-nilly. The law of Sarah is something that exists only as a formality. Joseph Smith certainly never adhered to the law of Sarah. So even if you want to say that this revelation existed somehow all the way back here, that it just wasn't transcribed until here, it doesn't explain why Emma was sealing number 22 and why she didn't know about 1 through 21. That's a direct violation of the law of Sarah. D&C 132, this is something that I didn't mention. It requires all new wives to be virgins. And that just doesn't again, it doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't make sense why he's taking other people's wives in that case. And it doesn't make sense why Brigham Young starts reassigning wives after certain men have died. He will take their wives and then redistribute them among the community of Deseret. D&C 132 also mentions that polygamy is really for the purpose of reproduction. It is for raising up a righteous generation. It is for the purpose of being fruitful and multiplying. And Joseph Smith certainly doesn't meet that criteria. There's not been a single documented child produced from polygamy from the loins of Joseph Smith. I think there were one or two suspected, but genetics has all but disproven those. And then you look at Utah era, and statistically it's weird that the monogamous marriages were producing more children on average than the polygamous marriages. And so that really doesn't match up with the way that the Revelation reads either. I'm also going to make the argument, and I think I said it before very briefly, is that this is divinely authorized. God is telling Joseph, do this. And so I'm going to make the argument that the secrecy doesn't make a lot of sense. And even into the Brigham Young era and all the lying and lying to the government at certain points, if you really believe God has ordained this, authorized it, he will protect you. He will allow you to be able to fulfill that covenant. But there's just a ton of secrecy for basically the entire time that polygamy is practiced. My third criticism, and I think this is probably the most significant criticism personally for me, is that coercion that is exasperated by isolation and social authority cannot produce genuine consent. Consent, by definition, must be free, it must be informed, and it must be rescindable. And all three of those must be able to take place without any kind of consequence or punishment. Otherwise, it isn't true consent. I'm going to make the argument, a very rational argument, that any kind of sexual relationship without consent, without true consent, is sexual assault. It is now, and it was back then. The rules of human rights and bodily autonomy have not changed. Those are not social constructs. Those are God-given rights. So from my perspective, it is tricky because Mormon polygamy as a whole requires the belief in a God who cannot build his kingdom without rape victims. And that's tough. That's tough. So those are my three criticisms. My three considerations are, number one, the word pedophilia gets thrown around a lot when we're talking about this kind of culture. Pedophilia is a tricky word because it relates to the social agreement of what a child is. What is the definition of a child? What are the roles of a child? Now, technically, in the 19th century, anybody under the age of 21, certainly any woman or girl under the age of 21, was considered a minor. However, this is also the era where they're sending in 8, 9, 10-year-olds into the mines and making them literal minors. That's a pretty good joke. I just made that up. The problem in my mind with the word pedophilia being applied to the 19th century is that it does start to encroach on the idea of presentism. You're applying a present day cultural social bias and understanding that really wasn't an understanding back then. You're applying that and pronouncing judgment upon them. It is complicated, and I think it's complicated in this context because religion is an element. So we can argue, let's say we do apply presentism to Joseph Smith and to the inner circle, and we say that all of these guys are sexual predators. I'm willing to concede that, but you also have to recognize that within 3-4 decades, within a generation, this is now a way of life for thousands of people. And there are men being forced into this as much as women are being forced into this. That this is something that is framed as a requirement for salvation. And this is where you start to get into debates about people going, well, can I just seal myself to somebody but not actually marry them? There are people who go back to Brigham Young and say, please, can you undo this sealing because I've just married somebody who has confessed that they've had a crush on this person and they had plans to get married, but you assigned me to, it gets so messy. And to say that every single male polygamist in the Utah era, for example, is a sexual predator, I think is extremely reductive to the experience. By the time that the US government starts cracking down on polygamy, this is something that's literally tearing families apart. And it feels invasive, and it feels like their religion and their way of life is collapsing around them. And it was detrimental, emotionally traumatic for many of them. My second consideration here is this notion of the age gap taboo. And quite honestly, the age gap taboo is something that is a social construct. It's funny because even in the modern day, we can see the age gap taboo evolving in real time. There are people all over the internet now who will make the argument that any age gap beyond like a few years is something akin to grooming. And that's not necessarily right or wrong. It's just the way that culture is evolving and learning and trying to see things from an objectively healthy standpoint. We're trying to be mindful of these things. I don't know that anyone today, or I would say I don't know that the majority of people today would say that a 30-year-old does not have the capacity to consent to marrying a 60-year-old. But I do know that there's a large chunk of people coming out of this conversation who would say, I don't know if a 20-year-old can consent to marry a 50-year-old. And so there are considerations about the way we have these conversations as it pertains to our culture. Age gap relationships in the 19th century were not unheard of. I will say that the level of age gaps that you see with Joseph Smith and Brigham Young era polygamy are probably unusual, but they didn't necessarily have the connotations that we do with grooming and with authority structures. And I'd be more concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the coercive system itself than the age gap relationship at all. It was not uncommon for 14, 15, 16-year-old girls to be getting married. It's just a debate of like, how common was it for 14, 15, 16-year-olds to be marrying 40-year-olds or 50-year-olds? And by all accounts, it was pretty gross to some people, but it wasn't widely socially unacceptable. My third consideration is just this element of a possibility of sexual freedom for women who have been repressed their entire lives. When you're especially getting into things like polyandry, and think about a woman who is maybe lonely, has been oppressed or repressed sexually and otherwise, and she's now in this position where she has an opportunity to be with somebody else, maybe somebody high up in the community or somebody that she's maybe had her eye on. I have a hard time believing that wouldn't be exciting for some women. Now, I'm not saying that is widely the experience. I think probably widely this was an abusive, coercive system. But you do have to consider that this was not necessarily a terrible experience for everybody. There are accounts later of Emma Smith trying to have conversations with Joseph about the fact that she wanted to marry William Law. And there's some language in D&C 132 where basically Joseph, or Jesus, shuts that down. But that sentiment kind of pops up with some other women, particularly, I said the wrong name in my lecture here, but I meant Eliza R. Snow. She was one of the wives of Joseph Smith that was eventually reassigned to Brigham Young after Joseph's death. She was the president of the newly rebooted Relief Society under the authorization of Brigham Young, and she was a lifelong advocate and proponent of polygamy. And by all accounts, polygamy was something that was perhaps enjoyable for her. Again, not saying that it was that way for everybody, but it is a consideration not to see things as so black and white. There was some nuance to the discussion and how polygamy looked in that community. So now that we've fully riled ourselves up and I've probably made a couple people angry, we are now at the end of Joseph Smith's life in our timeline. Let's talk a little bit about the 1844 succession crisis. Joseph Smith dies, and he has left no clear indication of who is supposed to leave the church. In fact, by all accounts, he was telling various people, hey, if you stick with me, you'll be my replacement. You'll be my successor. And he said that to as many as like 8 people. The consensus, I think, among a lot of saints was that This was supposed to be some kind of familial line of authority, and that Joseph Smith III, Joseph Smith's son, would eventually assume prophetic leadership over the church. The problem is that at this time, Joseph Smith III is 11 years old. And Brigham Young wants to basically take Joseph Smith III under his wing and raise him in the principle. And Emma Smith, by the time that Joseph Smith dies, she's like, nope, polygamy has no place in my life or my children's lives. And if we are going to continue to do the church thing, we're doing it without polygamy. Oh, and also, Brigham Young and Emma Smith hated each other absolutely. They had a very bitter and hostile relationship. So this was already a split that was brewing. To make matters even more complicated, there were a couple of people that Joseph Smith had recently given like secret commissions to go out and build Mormon colonies. Go down to Texas, build a Mormon colony. Go up to the mountains in, Colorado or whatever, build a Mormon colony. And there were like 2 or 3 of these people. And so during the succession crisis, these people are like, well, the prophet's dead, but he gave me a command. So I'm just going to do the last bidding of the prophet. And so things start to splinter even more. Now, if you need any more evidence or proof of Joseph Smith polygamy, go look at the stories of the succession crisis, and you will see that they're basically, despite how many branches there are forming, how many cracks and splinters, everybody is divided into 2 camps, the pro-polygamists and the anti-polygamists. Those groups were already firmly established at the time of Joseph Smith's death. That is not possible if Brigham Young created this kind of under the scenes and after the fact. So the pro-polygamists and the anti-polygamists, they form their respective groups according to the commissions that they think they've been given or according to the direction that they think the church will go. Some people are saying, yes, we're going to wait until Joseph Smith III is old enough to gain leadership over the church. In the meantime, we're just going to kind of go over here and do our own thing. And then Brigham Young, after the Battle of Nauvoo, he pretty quickly says, we're getting out of here. And he takes as many saints that will follow him out west. And Brigham Young is very strategic in the way that he starts talking about church leadership and how the church should be organized. There were some people who were already saying, hey, Joseph Smith said that I was the next successor, right? And Brigham Young knew that he wanted to be top dog. Now, he's already the president of the Quorum of the 12, but he has to be really careful about his next steps because he doesn't want to create any more division. And so it is from Brigham Young that we get the doctrine that when the prophet dies, the keys of the presidency are dissolved into the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. And why is that advantageous for Brigham Young? He is the president of the Quorum of the 12. So as long as the Quorum of the 12 collectively holds those keys, and as long as he's alive and in that position of authority, he technically controls those keys. And over time, he starts getting more and more people on his side. I think at one point he was saying he would turn over authority to Joseph Smith III, who was the rightful successor, but you can imagine that fades pretty quickly, especially considering that Joseph Smith III does not assume leadership over a church or reorganize the church until he's in his late 20s. 16 years go by. Ain't nothing lasting that long in terms of an IOU for being president of God's church on earth. So in 1844, the church splinters into about 8 distinct groups. It's still debated, like what we're considering a group. It was a very tricky time. Some of these groups continue to splinter off, and over time the number grows into about 20. And I would say most of these are defunct today. They just don't exist. And they kind of went out of existence pretty quickly. Joseph Smith III eventually reorganizes the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, called the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or RLDS, now referred to as the Community of Christ. A lot of these splinter groups, or at least individuals from the splinter groups, do eventually join up with Joseph Smith III and accept his authority. Meanwhile, Brigham Young has taken the saints out west Of course, they first stop in like winter quarters area, and they're just trying to gather themselves together and make a game plan. I think at one point, I think it was Joseph Smith that had illegally acquired the government maps of the U.S., like the cartography maps. That's how Brigham Young knew where to go, is because they had someone smuggled them like copies or whatever, these blueprints of the cartography of the continental United States and all of the expansion areas that, this is free land. And so they decide where to go. Eventually it's Salt Lake Valley. By the time they get to Salt Lake Valley in 1847, it is shortly after that Brigham Young is officially the new president of the church. So it's been about 3.5 years. And at this point, we have about 200 men practicing polygamy, and we have about 400 women practicing polygamy. In 1852, polygamy is officially announced to the church and kind of to the public, which is really interesting because the first anti-polygamy piece of legislation directed at the Mormons in Utah territory comes in 1862. So the number of years that polygamy was ever both public, meaning not secret, and legal was only about 10 years. And that was it. The rest of the 60-ish years, it's all either very secret or very illegal or both. You get to 1856 to 1857, which is the years that are referred to in history as the Mormon Reformation. Brigham Young is essentially, he's sensing some complacency, he's sensing some dissenters, he's trying to rule Deseret with an iron fist, and he basically injects the entire community with a big heavy dose of zealousy and fundamentalism. He requires basically everybody to get rebaptized. So we're just kind of we're rebooting the church basically. And a big part of the Mormon Reformation was this requirement of polygamy. So by the time of the Mormon Reformation, you have about 10 times the amount of people that you had when they got to Salt Lake Valley practicing polygamy. That is to say about 2,000 men and 4,000 women in plural marriages of some kind. Another thing that Brigham Young starts to emphasize during the Mormon Reformation is this idea of an apocalypse. So think back to some of our subcategories of fundamentalist Mormon principles. It's this idea of you have to be ready. The end of the world is really on our heels. And most notably here, well, perhaps polygamy is most notably, but very interestingly, blood atonement becomes not just a doctrine, it's part of Deseret law. So Brigham Young starts ordering blood atonement, that is to say execution, for 3 categories of people. You have the adulterers, the murderers, and the apostates. And depending on how hard you squint at any one of those categories, basically everyone's life is in the hands of Brigham Young.
And you mentioned blood atonement as you kill yourself in order to repent, but really I hear of it as people can kill you to save you, because that's the only way you can be saved is if your blood is spilt, and so they kill you to save your soul.
That is correct. So there are a few instances of legitimate suicides for blood atonement where people, either of their own volition or they have been kind of coerced into this, do take their own lives. But in this era, the doctrine starts to shift, and it's not just a you atone yourself, you blood atone yourself, that the prophet is going to order someone atones your blood for you. So it turns very, even more violent. It was violent to begin with, but it turns more violent the more we progress. Now, obviously, just these 3 things alone, Imagine you're an official at the United States government and you start hearing whispers in the wind of this theocratic empire that's building itself in the mountains out west in no man's land. And they're doing all this stuff. They're saying all this stuff. How does this feel? In addition to the fact that Brigham Young is openly trying to control courts and juries in the Utah territory, basically ignoring federal authority. They are an independent authority. They're an independent, sovereign Mormon theocracy. How does that feel? People in Washington are panicking. And so this is at the time of President James Buchanan. He decides, I'm going to replace Brigham Young. We're going to send in an appointed governor. We're going to appoint the guy to be governor of the Utah Territory. And just to make sure this goes smoothly, we're going to send out 2,500 soldiers to escort this new governor and to make sure that there is a peaceful transition of power. Well, at this point, Brigham Young, he has, well, they still call it the Nauvoo Legion, even though they're not in Nauvoo anymore. And the Nauvoo Legion has grown to about 3,000 men. Probably only 500 to 1,000 were deployed active duty at any given time in the area, but he had the capacity to pull 3,000 soldiers together. Of course, what happens is Brigham Young does not want this peaceful transition of power. He wants to negotiate. He wants to strong arm. And so this turns into it's a Cold War that lasts for about a year and change. And I'll say Cold War with the caveats of there was some guerrilla warfare going on underneath that. This is a period of history that a lot of members of the church, maybe even a lot of just people, they don't know a lot about. But this is a period in history referred to as the Utah War. Sometimes referred to as the Utah Mormon War, 1857 to 1858. During this time, the Nauvoo Legion is organizing small little militia groups to go out and basically bombard the U.S. government escort that has come out with this new governor. They're raiding trains. They're blocking off main routes. They're just doing a bunch of belligerent stuff. I do believe some people die. Like, there are little battles, there are skirmishes. It's just, like I said, guerrilla warfare. Not to mention, during this time, although largely disconnected from it, but notably, during the Utah War, you have the Mountain Meadow Massacre. The Mormons, or a group of Mormons, massacre. They literally kill an entire group of immigrants that are fellow plains travelers. They're just a camp coming through with their own hand carts and wagons and horses and stuff. They kill them all. Not really clear if they thought there was a threat or if they thought these people were someone else or what was going on, but it's hard to defend the actions because they dress up as Native Americans, so they put themselves in disguise, and then after they kill everybody, they take the children. They assimilate them into the Mormon families. So there are still descendants, like people growing up in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who are unknowingly descendants of some of these killed immigrant families. And they also raid all of their stuff. They take all their provisions, they take their clothes. There are some journal entries from some of these children who were old enough to kind of understand what was going on. There's one heartbreaking story of a kid who says he remembers seeing some Mormon woman walking around town wearing his mother's dress. And it's just really, really heart-wrenching stuff. So very violent, all of that's happening. And it's coming to this point where this is going to turn into an actual war and not a Cold War. And Governor Brigham Young, he's strong-arming the government, he's strong-arming Buchanan, and he's like, I want to negotiate with you, you have to negotiate with me. And President Buchanan says, okay, here's a negotiation. How about I don't try every single one of your people for treason, and you allow me to install the governor that I sent out there? And Brigham Young says, okay, deal. And so they issue pardons for all of the Mormon Legion. They issue pardons for all of the treason, for all of the attacks on the U.S. Army. Everybody's basically off the hook and Brigham Young's no longer being stubborn, and they install the new governor in Utah Territory. Now, even though they have a new governor, the U.S. government is not comfortable because all they've done is basically put a set of eyes on what's already happening. But what's already happening is not stopping. This rhetoric is still going on. The polygamy is still going on. Notably, this is like their whole identity. Polygamy is like it's like their bread and butter. It's all they can talk about. You go back to some of the old talks from even like general conferences. They're talking about polygamy constantly. They won't shut up about it. And it's making people nervous because there's a sentiment in the Republican Party, and this is the old Republican Party, anti-slavery. They're hearing some of this and they're like, dude, polygamy is like white slavery. And so they start grouping polygamy with the slavery issue. And they're like, we need to abolish this stuff. Well, they have to put the polygamy conversation on hold because 1861 to 1865 is the Civil War. Interestingly enough, in 1862, Civil War has already started. We get the first piece of legislation. I mentioned the 10-year difference here. We get the first piece of legislation. It's the Anti-Bigamy. I think they called it the Mormon Anti-Bigamy Act. Or maybe it was named after, I think it was Moral, maybe the guy who proposed it. Anyway, this is signed by none other than Abraham Lincoln. And he is a busy guy. He's got a war on his hands. So he's like, okay, this is a big enough deal to all of my Republicans in Congress signing this bill. What this does is basically says, stop. It doesn't really do anything. It just says, don't do it. You're not allowed to do it. It's not really enforceable because a war is going on. And then post-war, you have a lot of recovery. So polygamy still goes on despite the fact that it is now officially illegal in Utah Territory. In 1874, under President Ulysses S. Grant, there is another piece of legislation introduced. It's called the Poland Act. And the Poland Act basically ratifies the Anti-Bigamy Act of 1862. It says, okay, we are reaffirming you're not allowed to do it. And also now we're going to install judges and certain federal officials in your territory that we're going to enforce this stuff. Like we're going to start fining you. And it's not clear to what extent it really was enforced. But this is the first thing on the books that says, okay, there's going to be consequences. Like at some point, this is going to hit a place where you're going to have to account for the fact that you've been breaking the law. And then in 1877, Brigham Young, he dies. And for whatever reason, he did the exact same thing, or I should say he didn't do the exact same thing that Joseph Smith didn't do. There's no conversation about a successor. Like you have this general concept of, oh, the powers of the president are, the keys are dissolved into the core. Okay, so we know that much. The priesthood authority is the keys. They're within the quorum of the 12, but it's not really clear who's the next guy. And so there is another succession crisis. We don't talk about this one. Did you know there are actually 3 notable succession crises? After Joseph Smith, after Brigham Young, after John Taylor. This one lasts almost as long. It's 3 years. Eventually, in 1880, John Taylor becomes the 3rd president of the church. And I'm also going to say, I think this is right around the time that, or at least the point in history, where most Latter-day Saints just don't know anything. Like most Latter-day Saints don't know a lot about anything past Brigham Young. They don't really have a concept of who John Taylor is, who's Wilford Woodruff. Maybe they understand Woodruff is associated with the manifesto, the official Declaration 1, but then after that, okay, well, who's Lorenzo Snow? Who's Joseph F. Smith? What's the difference between Joseph F. Smith and Joseph Fielding, right? Like a lot of this gets so murky, and we just kind of skip ahead to modern day. So some of this is very uncharted territory, maybe for those who are watching. John Taylor is an avid polygamist. He loves polygamy. He had a lot of wives, and he loved sealing women to himself. He learned everything he knew from Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, and he believed, I erased it already. He believed D&C 132 wholeheartedly. This is something that God has ordained and authorized. It is what makes us who we are. And he starts preaching it even louder than it has been preached before. He starts talking about this in General Conference. And I think this might have been the first time it was openly talked about in General Conference since it's been illegal. So in John Taylor's mind, we have this kind of commission from God, and the U.S. government is persecuting us for our faith. And so we have to push back even harder. We have to be more righteous. We have to choose the right. Ooh, does this sound familiar? We have to choose the right in the face of what wicked modern culture is telling us that we should do. They're trying to dictate our morality. Keep in mind, Brigham Young had a lot of lectures about polygamy and the goodness and righteousness of polygamy. And he went as far as to say that monogamy is this evil invention of the Roman Empire that corrupts and erodes all societies everywhere all the time. And so that's something that definitely permeated into the mind and teachings and rhetoric of John Taylor, the third president of the church. And then in 1882, you have the most, probably what's the most significant piece of legislation, it's certainly the most talked about in historical circles, is the Edmunds Act. This is passed by the next U.S. president, Chester Arthur. So keep in mind, like, this whole thing is happening. It's changing hands. Think about how much has to happen currently in Congress with one sitting president, and then you change hands and it's like, oh, we have to start all over again. This polygamy conversation is happening between 4 different administrations. Is it 5? Buchanan, Lincoln, Grant, and then Chester A. Arthur. So this has been a long time conversation in different U.S. political circles, and it's just becoming a bigger and bigger problem. So when Chester Arthur passes the Edmund Act, basically what it says is, okay, for real now, you're going to go to jail. Like, if you keep doing the polygamy thing, we're rounding you up, we're arresting you. The U.S. government starts organizing this, and they're getting ready to start making mass arrests. And in 1885 to 1887, that's exactly what you have. You have mass arrests. This is a full federal crackdown. Hundreds of Mormons are put in jail. You can go back to Joseph Smith papers. I think even on the church website, you can find pictures of like Mormon leaders, apostles of the church, in their jail jumpsuit, their stripes, in a line, and they wore it as a badge of honor. We're being persecuted for our faith. We're being persecuted for this thing that God commanded us to do. But notably, all of the top church leaders, including John Taylor, they don't want to fall on the sword. They go into hiding. And they let all of their underlings take the bullets. They let them take the cuffs, the handcuffs. And this creates some controversy and division within the church. There are people who are faithfully following the principle, going, wait a second, if I am to be persecuted for my faith for the principle, why won't the prophet of God allow himself to be persecuted for his faith for the principle? It just feels like mixed messaging. If you've stuck with me for this long, this is where things really start to get truly interesting. In March of 1887, there is another piece of legislation, the Edmunds-Tucker Act. And this basically says that the U.S. government is saying, okay, if they're not willing to comply when we're throwing them all in jail, let's hit them where it hurts. And they start seizing church property. This act gives them the right to seize assets. So they're seizing church provisions, money, literal property, houses, things like that. And that's where the church is now in this place of like, oh, they could literally wipe us out. Not just as polygamists, they could wipe us out as a religious organization. Then, in July of the same year, John Taylor dies. And like I mentioned before, I kind of foreshadowed this, they haven't systematized who takes control of the church. And at this point, because church property is all being seized. Maybe nobody wants to be the head of the church. It's kind of a dangerous time. So there's a brutal 2-year succession crisis. By all accounts, it's the worst one, where they cannot agree, because the debate now is, do we continue polygamy? And the guy they end up choosing is Wilford Woodruff. He is appointed as the prophet in April of 89. I'll say he's the president. I guess I didn't put that here. So President Wilford Woodruff now. But here's the kicker. Wilford Woodruff is not on the side of we need to do away with polygamy. He's on the side of Utah needs to be an independent state. We need to gain statehood, rig all of the judges, rig all of the courts, kind of the thing that Brigham Young was trying to do, so that we make it legal. U.S. grants us statehood. We can pass polygamy as a Utah law. And then we don't have to live in fear of it. We need to continue practicing polygamy. That is Wilford Woodruff's stance. But the question is, how do we do it? How do we do it? How do we balance the principle from God? And also, we need to pacify the United States government. We need to get them off of our back to come up with a game plan. And in September of 1890, Wilford Woodruff has a revelation from Jesus Christ. The same Jesus Christ that gave Joseph Smith the revelation in 1842-43 of Doctrine and Covenants 132. And now Jesus Christ tells Wilford Woodruff, it's time for you to stop polygamy. We need to be done with it. Cease polygamy. No record of this revelation has ever been found, by the way. As far as we know, it doesn't exist. He just says he receives a revelation. Maybe he never wrote it down. He goes and talks to the brethren about his revelation, and they draft kind of a PR piece for the United States government. And they get ready to present it to the church in October of 1890, a month later. This is Official Declaration 1. It is still in our Doctrine and Covenants today. Here's the thing, little foreshadowing. Polygamy doesn't stop. They don't want it to stop. All they want is to get the government off their back so that they can develop a kind of game plan. And they do it under the guise of a revelation from Jesus Christ. That hits me hard as a member. That's hard to... I don't know how to feel about that. Because this is where most Latter-day Saints say polygamy ends. You go to a class that covers the Doctrine and Covenants, polygamy ends in 1890. Official Declaration 1 ends polygamy.
Yeah, I was told that there were certain special cases could be approved by the president directly, but that was all. And that's only for very special circumstances.
Mm-hmm. And I think most members believe that if anyone other than the president, say, starts doing plural marriages or authorizing it, that they're going to be excommunicated from that time. I think this is the concept that Latter-day Saints have, that fundamentalism starts here. That all the splinter groups start going off and practicing. It couldn't be farther from the truth. The truth is a lot stranger. The truth is a lot more complicated. Because what this does legally is it works. The United States grants them statehood. This is how Utah becomes a state. Also, this is what gets everybody a pardon. So all of the people that had been arrested, those hundreds of people that have a criminal record now for bigamy, wiped clean. And all that property that we seized from you, now returned. So at this point in the story, everything is well in Zion, seemingly. We're at the end of 1890, almost into 1891. It's kind of a new era for the church because officially on the books, polygamy is over. The church can now move forward. It says all its assets return to it. All of its members are in good legal standing. It's a perfect place, right? Well, rewind about 3 years. There's something weird going on underneath all of this because when John Taylor dies, his son is one of his heirs, if not his rightful heir, John W. Taylor. And this is how you tell them apart. When you're referring to the Father, it's John Taylor. When you're referring to the Son, it's John W. Taylor. John W. Taylor is cleaning up his father's affairs. He's going through his father's possessions. And he comes across a handwritten revelation in his father's handwriting, dated September 1886. This is when John Taylor was in hiding with his assistant, might have been an assistant president or one of his secretaries, an apostle, George Q. Cannon. And they were hiding out at this time at the home of a stake high councilman named John W. Woolley. We'll get to him in a little bit. So John W. Taylor, of course, curious to know what his father, the late prophet, has written down as a revelation from Jesus Christ. This is Jesus Christ has revealed to John Taylor, thus saith the Lord. And so John W. Taylor reads it. And you can read it today. In fact, they've recently, within the last year, released some high-resolution scans on the Church Historian's website in some compilation documents of John Taylor's life. If you just look up John Taylor 1886 Revelation, you can read the entire text. And the essence of the text is double down on polygamy. This was given as a new and everlasting covenant. How can I rescind what has been established as everlasting? You are to continue the practice. What's interesting about this revelation is if you believe in like prophets being watchmen on the tower, he receives this revelation right before one of the most consequential acts that was passed by the U.S. government that the Mormons saw as oppression, where they started seizing church property. And that easily could have made people buckle, which seemingly it did. But John Taylor says the Lord has revealed to him, do not buckle, do not bend. So John W. Taylor, he starts making copies of this revelation, handwritten copies. And he doesn't begin circulating them as much as he begins trying to broach the subject with apostles. Because at this point, John W. Taylor is an apostle himself, and this is a very sensitive subject matter among the quorum. And so he starts telling his colleagues, his friends, hey, I uncovered this revelation that my father, the late prophet, had about continuing the practice of polygamy. John W. Taylor talks about this with high-up leaders, so much so that historians have found references to it in apostles' journals. Apostles are writing down, hey, John W. Taylor described this revelation, and they describe it. They describe it exactly as it reads, even before the document was really claimed or known about in the historical record. Now, I want to take you down this road from the perspective of John W. Taylor, the prophet's son, because he wants to see this revelation followed as well. This came from his father, but also the prophet. And this is, up until he discovered it, kind of an unknown revelation in his mind. And the new presidency under Wilford Woodruff, it makes no attempt to canonize or even publish this revelation. But in the next 15 years, we know about, and these are just the ones we know about, of at least 250 plural marriages that are authorized by upper LDS leadership. This includes from Woodruff as well as the apostles. And they're authorizing plural marriages for bishops, stake presidents, mission presidents, 70s, and even apostles and Woodruff himself taking more wives. So this proves that the manifesto was kind of a legal bluff and that it worked. But in Taylor's mind, well, maybe we don't have to canonize my dad's revelation as long as it's happening. So John W. Taylor kind of keeps quiet with the rest, and they're doing this in secret yet again. Polygamy continues. It continues under the administration of Lorenzo Snow. It continues under the administration of Joseph F. Smith, the son of Hiram Smith. And they start trying to consolidate efforts because they know that with the way that the U.S. government has treated them, that this maybe isn't a long-term solution in the United States. So they start moving polygamous families to Canada and to Mexico to create Mormon polygamous colonies. And some of these still exist to this day. So when we talk about Mormon fundamentalism, we're not even getting into some of the breakaway fundamentalism. Some of the fundamentalism that exists today comes directly from the administration of Latter-day Saint prophets, which is wild to think about. At this same time, their political issues are not over. Their political battles are not over. They thought that this would kind of get them everything they wanted, and it did to a certain degree, but the level of independence that they can exercise in Utah just isn't what they want. And so Joseph F. Smith, while he is prophet, he tries to place an apostle in Congress to gain some political leverage, to gain some political favor. And this was Apostle Smoot, Reed Smoot. Now, he was installed as a congressman in 1903, and he went on to actually be a very successful U.S. congressman, and by all accounts was not doing like a double agent thing. But people in Congress and other Americans were nervous about Reed Smoot because this is the first, or one of the first notable U.S. congressmen that was also a Mormon. And coming fresh off the heels of some of this stuff, there's like trepidation. Reed Smoot himself is claiming to be a monogamist. He's saying, I'm different from some of these other, Mormon polygamists that you've been hearing about, which, according to the historical record, is true. So he's kind of being like the goody two-shoes agent, like he's the nice PR face of Mormonism that doesn't have all of the weird, ugly stuff behind it. But that isn't enough for Congress, and it isn't enough for the American people. And they say, we're going to hold some trials, and we're going to subpoena Mormons from Utah. We're going to subpoena the president of the church and bring them to Washington, D.C., and we're going to ask them some questions. And they do. They hold these hearings, what becomes colloquially referred to as the Reed Smoot hearings, for not 1, not 2, but 3 years. And one of the first people they subpoena is Joseph F. Smith. They bring the prophet to Washington, D.C., they put him under oath, and they make him testify. And they find out the truth pretty quickly because Joseph F. Smith has just, he's either taken a new plural wife recently or one of his plural wives is like having a baby. It's just hard to hide. And he knows he's not going to be able to lie under oath. And if he does and he's found out, it looks worse. So he tells the truth that yes, we're still practicing polygamy because it's our faith. And so they start talking about faith. They start talking about his authority. They ask him directly. You can find these transcripts. I have read them. It's crazy. They ask him, have you ever received a revelation from God? And he says, I don't think so. And they're like, you don't think so? So you're saying you haven't? And he's like, well, I wouldn't say I haven't. And they say, so you really just don't know. And then he gives some answer about, I feel the presence of the Spirit. You have a sitting prophet president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints literally saying under oath that basically he's never received revelation. That is huge, especially for this era of Latter-day Saints. And I would argue maybe that's huge for even modern Latter-day Saints to even conceptualize a prophet saying, I have about as much revelation as you do. When the U.S. Congress finds out that polygamy is still happening in Utah, Joseph F. Smith realizes he's got to make a play. Like he has to show good faith. And so what they do is they create a little known document. I'm just going to put it, let me put it in a different color and I'll put it up here for no particular reason, just so you can see it. Did you know there was a second manifesto saying we're ending polygamy? The first one didn't pan out. So they draft another manifesto in 1904. It says the exact same thing. except they say, and now we're going to excommunicate. We promise. What it essentially does is it ratifies the 1890 manifesto, and it shows good faith to Congress. They present this in General Conference. It doesn't get added to the D&C or the Pearl of Great Price at the time and then moved to D&C. No, it doesn't. The first one's still there because that's still officially, the narrative is that's the end of polygamy. But there was a time that the average member knew, oh wait, I guess it wasn't. But that doesn't translate to the modern day. Now here's the really funny / troubling part, depending on how you want to look at it. There are apostles literally telling other church members, like it's on record in certain documents, journals, they're like, hey, you remember that first one? Treat this one like the first one. And it's hard because like, if you are somebody who believes in the principle, this is something from God, and your church did this whole PR thing and said, we're ending it, but you saw it in practice that Woodruff and other leaders weren't stopping. Why is this any different? Like, even if they were serious, even if they weren't lying, how is any practitioner of the principle supposed to take that seriously? And they don't. At this time, there is a rumor that starts circulating near Congress and near certain members of the church. And the rumor is that there is a secret group within the church or somewhere near the church, a group of members that have been commissioned by an authority, some authority, to keep the practice of polygamy alive. And that's it. It's just rumors. Because these rumors are starting to circulate, that there's this clandestine group of like people authorizing polygamy, they don't know who the group is. They're like, it could be any one of us, right? It could be the person sitting next to you. And the president of the Quorum of the 12 at this point is an anti-polygamist. And by all accounts, historically, like he really is. He's not practicing it. His father did. And later he finds out his son did. And his son gets excommunicated for it. Has this 20-year-long marriage with this other woman while he's married. It's a whole mess. But this guy, his name is Lyman, Francis, I think. I think it's Francis. I seem to have not written it down here, but it's Apostle Lyman. And Apostle Lyman, amidst these rumors that there's this group, he's like, dude, we have to be like done with this. He sends personal letters to all of the 12 apostles. And he says, hey guys, you have to stop. Like if you've heard that you had authority, you don't. You have to stop. What's weird is he doesn't send it out to the rest of the church. So there's nothing to say that like mission presidents and bishops and stake presidents, they can't keep doing this. But officially from the top, and I think it's because the eyes of Washington are on them at this point, right? You're an apostle. You're one of the top leaders of the church. You cannot be associated with this. Like basically it's too hot. We're too hot right now. You cannot be authorizing or practicing polygamy. Now, among the apostles, of course, John W. Taylor, and then there's a gentleman by the name of Matthias Cowley. And in the Reed-Smoot hearings that are going on until 1907, these two names come up the most. They're the ones authorizing polygamy. And by all historical records, this is true. We know why John W. Taylor was doing it. Not quite clear why Matthias Cowley was so passionate about it. In fact, I think Cowley performed the most. He was performing like a quarter of all of these sealings that were happening. But they both believed in the principle. And so they have this threat from the 1904 manifesto of excommunication, right? The eyes of Washington are on them, like, are you going to do the thing? And so they get called into a disciplinary council because their names are coming up. And the church hands them pre-written resignation letters. They say, we have drafted your resignations. You are still apostles. You're still apostles, but we're removing you from the quorum. You're resigning from the quorum as a slap on the wrist, public-facing punishment. Now, this is weird because if they're still apostles, what is that wink, wink? Is that wink, wink like you're still one of us and we love you and this is just a hard thing? That's what the apologists say. Or is it wink, wink, keep doing it? Because if you're not part of our leadership, there's no liability for the church. We're not taking away your priesthood. And they keep doing it. Cowley eventually kind of stops. Like, I think he gets the sense that, oh, like they're serious. But he starts circulating the 1886 revelation from John Taylor. He makes his own copies and he's passing them out. He's passing them out to mission presidents. He's passing them out to bishops. And he performs some more plural marriages. Taylor is just straight up still performing plural marriages for people because they see this as like they're suffering for a cause, or they're willing to fall on the sword for a cause. It's the sword of truth. Because at this time, the historical record shows that Joseph F. Smith, the president of the church who has issued this, he is still low-key authorizing plural marriages. We have a record of one that he authorized as late as 1907. And the authorization is basically, do it in Mexico or do it in Canada. If you can find the way, do it. Just don't write it down. With that spirit, like if that's what your leader's doing, and you've been told you're still an apostle and you have the authority, the resignation is just like, it's a formality. It's not really a serious sign to stop. Like I said, it kind of removes liability from the church. You almost have more freedom now to do the thing. In 1909, Joseph Fielding Smith, the son of current prophet Joseph F. Smith, so this is the grandson of Hiram Smith, he gets a copy. It falls into his hands. He gets a copy of the 1886 revelation, not from Cowley. It's from someone else. And so Cowley's really been circulating these. They're getting around. He gets a copy and he places it in the historian's office. Just files it away. I think he's the one that's done this too. He was the one that found the original account of the first vision. And he tears it out, files it, he pockets it, kind of a thing. So he's aware that there's weird stuff, but he's not being very vocal about it. And he's just putting it away for later. Somebody else's problem somewhere down the line. 3 years after the Reed Smoot hearings, some of this has died down, but the church is still kind of hardlining this under the authority of Francis Lyman, the apostle, the president of the Quorum of the 12. From 1910 to 1911, they start organizing mass church disciplinary hearings for people who are still practicing polygamy because it's still happening. And the church is like, we don't want to get in trouble. At least Lyman is like, we don't want to get in trouble for this going forward. Like, we've already gotten in trouble once. We got in trouble again. What are we going to do? A third manifesto? Like, honestly, guys, we have to stop this. And so they start pulling in people that have been accused of practicing plural marriage. What's weird is the through line of pretty much every documented disciplinary council is that everybody that gets brought in is saying, I was authorized. I had authority. I was given authority, or someone did it for me by authority, but they're not saying who. And it's amping up this weird rumor of like, who's this group? Who's doing it? Now, obviously, John W. Taylor is a pretty likely candidate as one, because he's been pretty vocal about it and he's gotten in trouble before. So Lyman calls in John W. Taylor for another disciplinary hearing. But this one is not a formality. This is a straight up like, we're about to excommunicate you. Excommunicate the son of a prophet, an apostle. Still technically an apostle. This is a big deal. He's called to this disciplinary council. They're asking him a bunch of questions and he's getting really cryptic. And he basically says to Lyman, be careful about the questions that you ask me, because you have no idea how deep this goes. It's like straight out of a movie. It's like a James Bond, like, seriously, you don't want to know. It's very ominous, and still to this day, it's really unknown what he meant. In his disciplinary council, John W. Taylor appeals to his father's 1886 revelation. He pulls out a copy, he reads it, and he says, I want you to put this in my file, basically. Like, this is the reason. So maybe the authority he's appealing to is his own father's authority, like a past prophet's authority. Who's to say? But the disciplinary council, they admit it into the file. And that becomes very significant later on. And I mean like late 20th century. It's a pressure cooker thing that doesn't appear for a little while. But then after that happens, and John W. Taylor basically says, yeah, I'm not going to stop, they excommunicate him. For good, for real. He's no longer an apostle. He's no longer a priesthood holder. He's not a member of the church. And he never was again. And he never gave up the principle. He kept practicing it, teaching it, and presumably trying to kind of like authorize, although it wasn't clear how he felt about like, I don't hold the priesthood anymore, but he never gave up the doctrine of the principle of plural marriage. Now, upon John W. Taylor's excommunication, this is a pretty big deal. Like the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is, by all accounts, officially done with polygamy, like actually done now. This is where I think you can point to in the historical record and say, there is no new polygamy. They're literally taking this serious. They're excommunicating anybody, even apostles. And this is, I think, where the secret fundamentalists that have been kind of in the shadows up until this point have to face the reality that, oh, this isn't doublespeak anymore. The church has literally abandoned the principle. And excommunications continue. So this becomes a very real reality for anybody who holds the principle near and dear. About a year and a half after John W. Taylor is excommunicated, there's this guy who comes out of the woodwork out of absolutely nowhere. And his name is Lorin C. Woolley. If that sounds familiar to you, it's because I've already mentioned a Woolley, his father, John W. Woolley, who during 1886 was housing John Taylor, who was in hiding. John Taylor receives the 1886 revelation in Lorin's dad's house, or Lorin's family home. And Lorin C. Woolley, this is in 1912, he writes a letter to the church historian's office. And you can look up this letter today. The letter's pretty straightforward. It's a little strange. It's not clear who saw it in the church. Like, he doesn't send this to the First Presidency. He just sends this to the Historical Archive. He wants this to be recorded for one reason or another.
During my lecture, I got confused between this 1912 affidavit or letter and a later account given by Lorin C. Woolley. In this account, he asserts that he witnessed in the home of his own father, John W. Woolley, in September of 1886, the prophet John Taylor, who is in hiding, have some kind of a conversation with a heavenly messenger that he alleges John Taylor later identifies as the late prophet Joseph Smith. And he claims to have heard their voices and seen a bright light coming from the room in which they were speaking. Lorin C. Woolley alleges that John Taylor, the next day, explains what has happened and says that due to this conversation, he is stalwart in continuing the practice of polygamy, that he has no intention of giving it up or bending to the wills or wishes of the government. Over the next couple of decades, Lorin C. Woolley's story was further developed, further polished, with the official narrative emphasizing several key points that I outline right here in this video.
It asserts that an 1886 revelation happened. So this is another independent source that's come forward, aside from John W. Taylor and some of these who have gotten copies, and says, hey, there was an 1886 revelation that said polygamy shouldn't end. Thus saith the Lord. The second thing the letter says is that a heavenly messenger appeared to John Taylor preceding that revelation. The third thing the letter says is that John Taylor, the third president of the church, in the home of John C. Woolley, commissioned a small group of people to keep the principle of plural marriage alive. And the idea is that John Taylor is worried. He sees the trajectory. Call him a prophet. He's the watchman on the tower. He sees the trajectory of the church needing to abandon the principle of plural marriage. And he holds the keys at this time. He is the prophet and president of the church. Well, what does any sensible person do when they have a key, say a house key, that they're worried if it gets lost or stolen or removed or whatever, you make a duplicate. And he made a duplicate copy of the keys of the priesthood that basically give the sealing power, the keys of plural marriage. And he more or less ordains this group of men as a secret priesthood council. It's John Taylor's contingency plan. Now, historians cannot confirm that this happened because there are no contemporary records that can corroborate Lorin C. Woolley's story. But historians can confirm a few things. They can confirm that John Taylor was staying at Woolley's house in September of 1886. They can confirm that the 1886 revelation is authentic. That is to say, John Taylor wrote it, and there was a prophetic intention to continue polygamy. Historians can confirm that there were meetings being held in John W. Woolley's home, and at this time. Historians can also confirm that George Q. Cannon, the apostle, was there. George Q. Cannon is one of the men that Lorin C. Woolley says was in this secret council. Also, you go to George Q. Cannon's journals, and there's a weird handful of pages that are torn out at the end of September 1886, and they've never been found. Historians also can confirm that a month after this happened, this revelation in 1886, that both John Taylor, the president, and John W. Woolley, the high councilman, take on another plural wife. So it's a heck of a coincidence that all of that is going on. Now, again, that's not proof, right? And there are a lot of people, including really good historians, who say that Lorin C. Woolley just kind of made this up, that Lorin C. Woolley wanted to create a fundamentalist movement and kind of created this lore. And to be fair, the details of this secret priesthood council are pretty fluid. They are very much like the first vision. There are different versions of this, and the later versions are kind of more exaggerated. There's like more heavenly messengers, just things get grander. But this story became and still is to this day the origin of Mormon fundamentalism. The implications of this are pretty wild because the argument from fundamentalists for years has been that they received their line of authority through a prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This wasn't a bunch of splinter groups or even one big splinter group that broke off when the church said it ended polygamy in 1890. This is something that was authorized and even ordained. And the 1886 revelation shines a pretty convincing light on that. But this story from Lorin C. Woolley and some of the things that the historians can corroborate, it is somewhat plausible. And it's like, oh my gosh, the call is coming from inside the house. So now going forward, what I want to do is take a really close look at this alleged 1886 priesthood council that John Taylor, the third president of the church, has organized with the commission to keep the law of plural marriage alive. We're going to look at the members of this supposed council and then everything that shakes out from there, which is basically the entire history of Mormon fundamentalism and all of the splinter groups. This first section here is, of course, going to be alleged because we only get the account kind of in retrospect many years later from Lorin C. Woolley himself. But pretty much everything after this initial section is absolutely historically accurate and verifiable. Now, in one of Lorin C. Woolley's accounts, he says that the explicit purpose for John Taylor commissioning this secret priesthood council group is for the promise that no year would pass without children being born in the principle. So that's a really significant commitment. It's a really significant claim. I do want to look at that statement real quick because this was used synonymously with this. And this is a term that we see even today, but it means something very different. So today in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, when you see this phrase, in the covenant or born of the covenant, that just means that the child is born to parents who have been married in the temple, right? But the covenant, or if you were to say born in the principle, right? This is a reference to the new and everlasting covenant. So if a child is born of the covenant or in the covenant, it means that they're born to parents who are actively practicing plural marriage. That was how this phrase came about. Of course, pretty much no member knows that now, and it has completely shifted meaning over time. Now, from Lorin C. Woolley's very first account of this, he names 5 people that have been ordained as part of this council, this priesthood council, to keep the principle alive. And these are the 5. The first is Lorin's father, John W. Woolley. Woolley was a polygamist. He had at least 5 wives that we know about throughout his life. He is considered generally to be the father of Mormon fundamentalism. He was born of polygamy. His parents were actively practicing plural marriage. Now, John being born in the covenant or in the principle from a very young age, he is rubbing elbows with some very prominent LDS church leaders. He received his patriarchal blessing from the first patriarch of the church, Joseph Smith Sr. You can actually look up a transcript of his patriarchal blessing, which has been released. I assume some fundamentalists who were still members of the church got a hold of it and leaked it at some point. His patriarchal blessing is so interesting. Joseph Smith Sr. gave him blessings to the effect of that as long as his posterity continued, there would be blessings until the end of time, basically. It's very interesting in light of what kind of becomes of his family line here. It also says in his official patriarchal blessing that the time will come where he will be called the Lord's anointed. And if that doesn't mean anything to you, if that's maybe not a term that you're used to hearing, the Lord's anointed is a synonym for president of the church, prophet of the church. So this is another really interesting historical anecdote that while all of this is alleged, some of this and what comes of this alleged meeting and these people, it's really along the lines of plausible. It's just so interesting. John Woolley was a member of Joseph Smith's Nauvoo Legion back in the actual Nauvoo days. He was a stake high council person, at least at this time. And then in the early 20th century, he becomes a patriarch himself. He is related to some very prominent people that I think we would recognize their names. He is the uncle to Spencer W. Kimball, who is president and prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Also an uncle to J. Reuben Clark, a notable apostle, and uncle to John W. Taylor. He is also, through polygamous marriage, ends up being the stepfather to B.H. Roberts, which you may recognize as he's like the author of a lot of really significant history of the church documents. I don't know if this will become relevant or if this will come up as we talk about things later, so I'll just mention right now, he is excommunicated LDS by 1914. The reason for his excommunication is quite interesting in the context of this, because in 1913, like a year and change before, he had been ordained a patriarch, and he was working in the Salt Lake Temple. Back in the olden days, patriarch kind of had, I think, more branches to it in terms of the roles and responsibilities. There's something about the office of patriarch that is also linked to some kind of sealing power. So it's possible that he was acting as some kind of sealer within the temple. They find out at a certain point that John W. Woolley is performing unauthorized plural marriages in the Salt Lake Temple. And this is obviously a big no-no post, Reed Smoot hearings, post the big mass excommunication hearings that the church is holding. And so they boot him out pretty quickly after that. Now, obviously, there's a debate about, why does he think he's authorized to perform plural marriages in the Salt Lake Temple, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, he is an avid practitioner of plural marriage and teaches its principles. There is this rumor that John W. Woolley is the one who introduces this interesting doctrine that becomes more core in some later fundamentalist movements. And it's this idea that for every additional wife that a man takes on, he advances an additional degree of glory in the celestial kingdom. And the reason that becomes significant, aside from the fact that some of these later fundamentalist movements really overtly teach stuff like that, is that from here on out in the Mormon fundamentalist story, you will be hard-pressed to find any man, especially a leader, who has less than 3 wives. And how many degrees of glory do we typically associate with the celestial kingdom? 3 degrees of glory. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or not, but it is something interesting to note. The second individual mentioned in this list is Lorin C. Woolley himself. This is, of course, John Woolley's son. Lorin takes a total of 4 wives throughout the duration of his life. Lorin becomes kind of an early record keeper of Mormon fundamentalism, although some of the details of his records do fluctuate. It becomes difficult to know which parts of his story are real history and which are like exaggerated history, lore, and myth, and then which things are simply made up. And I'm sure that each of those things are true for certain aspects of the way that he records history. What's really interesting to note in terms of like how reliable of a narrator is he, is that all 5 of these people we're going to list in this alleged priesthood council can be confirmed to be in the John W. Woolley home at the time of the September 1886 revelation, except for Lorin C. Woolley. There are minute notes from some of these meetings, and nobody ever mentioned that John's son was there. So from a skeptical historical standpoint, a lot of historians kind of look at this and say it's almost as if Lorin is like inserting himself into the story after the fact, but nobody will ever know unless we find, some kind of corroborating documents or evidence or counter evidence to the claim. Now, whereas his father, John W. Woolley, is seen as the father of Mormon fundamentalism, Lorin C. Woolley sometimes holds that title as well, but he is also kind of seen as the first president of this priesthood and is often referred to as the first prophet of Mormon fundamentalism. He basically has to reorganize the priesthood council very soon here. We'll talk about that. And at least in the way that John Taylor seems to have allegedly organized this, there's not really a president of this thing. It's sort of the Council of Elders, which really mirrors the original way that like Kirtland church era used to do things. But over time, it kind of shifts into like there's this one guy in charge of the Council of Elders. It's usually the senior most, and it gets a little convoluted. Lorin is excommunicated from LDS in 1924. The reason he is excommunicated is actually really bizarre. He makes this public claim that Heber J. Grant, the president of the church at the time, and the apostle James E. Talmage had secretly been taking other plural wives, basically doing the thing that the previous prophets were doing secretly. He's alleging that the presidents and some of the leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are still doing it. And this is another one of those things where you have to take Lorin C. Woolley's word with a grain of salt, because it really is unclear how much he's elaborating or even the purpose, like why he's sharing some of these things, even if they would be true. And some things are just straight up bizarre. So with the claim that Heber J. Grant is taking extra wives, I don't see that as implausible just because Heber J. Grant was a known polygamist and lived with his wives, cohabitated with his wives to the end of his life. And it's not that out of the ordinary to say that man would still believe in the principle, right? But someone like James Talmage, who by all historical records was a monogamist, There was really no scandal, at least sexually or otherwise, that I'm aware of with him. That one's a little harder to believe. Lorin C. Woolley claims he knows this information not from church insider information, but U.S. government inside information. He claims that he was a Secret Service agent for the United States government that had basically that they were like spying on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to see if they were making good on all of their agreements, and that he was one of these people that had been installed to spy on the church. He said while he was working for the government as a Secret Service agent that there are five U.S. presidents, they weren't all presidents at the time, but 5 U.S. Congress people that he had baptized as Mormons and had introduced them to the concept of the principle and that they were taking plural wives. And he names these presidents, and you go look at some of these, and it's like, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 had like an affair, but it wasn't like a secret marriage. There's just no record of it. Lorin claims that he was visited by Jesus Christ and Joseph Smith resurrected, and Brigham Young resurrected, and John Taylor resurrected, and kind of these grand things where after a while, like if he had just made the one claim, maybe you take that a little bit more seriously, but when you just start to weigh all of the things that Lorin is saying, it honestly starts to make a lot of this look a little weird, when it's like, I don't even know what to believe. So anyway, do with that as you will. The third person he names is a gentleman named Samuel Bateman. Bateman had 3 wives that we know of through the course of his life. He was just like a bodyguard to John Taylor, the president. And he would have plausibly been in this circle at the time because the church leaders that were in hiding needed bodyguards. And Samuel Bateman, Brother Bateman, he was one of these. It's kind of an interesting coincidence, the name. There is another Samuel Bateman, I think better known as Sam Bateman, that was a criminal out of the FLDS movement in recent history. And I mean like very recent. He was caught in 2019 for sex trafficking and abuse of children, and I think was just sentenced like 2 years ago. But no relation that I'm aware of, just a funny coincidence in the Mormon fundamentalism world. He kind of disappears from the record. I'm not sure even when he was excommunicated LDS, but we don't really know what happens to this gentleman. The fourth individual mentioned is a Charles Wilkin. Wilkin had 3 wives throughout the course of his life that we know of. This is perhaps one of the most overlooked and deeply fascinating figures from this point in Mormon history. So Charles H. Wilkin was a U.S. Army guy. And he was one of the guys that was sent out to basically keep an eye on the Mormon problem. He was sent out with like squads or whatever. This may have been during the years of the Utah Mormon War, that Cold War thing. I'm not exactly sure when he enters the equation, but at some point as he's in the military on active duty for the U.S. government, he comes across the Mormons. And he looks around and he goes, this polygamy thing seems pretty nice. And so he straight up deserts from the army. He just straight up goes AWOL and joins the Mormons. Later, after the fact, he comes up with this completely bogus story about how he didn't go AWOL. He was captured and imprisoned in Utah by the Mormons, and then he's kind of given a pardon. And after all of that, kind of shakes out and he avoids a court-martial. He is officially baptized into the church. He starts taking on plural wives, and he becomes a close confidant and another bodyguard of some leaders, including, I think, Brigham Young and definitely John Taylor. Now, during the 1886 period, Wilkin basically turns into the LDS messenger boy. He is responsible for taking official messages between John Taylor and other leaders of the church who are in hiding and Mormon families, polygamous families, who are also in hiding. So he is taking these secret, probably illegal messages back and forth. He also, during this point and definitely after, is one of the top dogs responsible for relocating polygamous families to Mexico and some of these other colonies that were being established so that they could continue the principle in isolation and secret and out from the watchful eye of the government. A really fun Easter egg with Charles H. Wilkin is his lineage. He has a daughter named Anna. Anna marries the son of Parley P. Pratt, the apostle. So they have a daughter together, and they name her Anna as well. So this is now Anna Pratt. Anna Pratt marries a gentleman named Gaskell, and Gaskell was the son of the main guy, or really one of the main guys, who founded the first Mormon Mexican colony in Chihuahua in northern Mexico. This guy's name was Miles Park Romney. Gaskell Romney marries Anna Pratt. They have George W. Romney, and George W.'s son is, of course, Willard, better known as Mitt Romney. It's crazy. So this really shows you that this stuff is not that far away. Like, this is not ancient history. This is semi-recent stuff. And then the fifth and final person that is mentioned, at least in the early accounts, is none other than George Q. Cannon. And this is another one that is, in my mind, pretty semi-plausible. I mean, Cannon has at least 6 wives that we know about throughout the course of his life, an avid practitioner of the principle. I think he was one of the ones that was kind of getting in trouble for teaching stuff and practicing stuff during a period when they had tried to more or less shut it down. He was in the first presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints during 4 different administrations of the church. He was at one point jailed for polygamy during that period where they were doing mass arrests and stuff. He was one of those hundreds of people that you can look up his actual mugshot, eventually pardoned post 1890 manifesto, and he lived out the rest of his life with all of his wives. I think I mentioned this before too, but he was also one of the assistants or like a recorder or secretary of John Taylor, the 3rd president of the church. So it really does make sense that he would have been kind of in this circle. And it was confirmed that he was going to some of these meetings with John Taylor and at times hiding out with John Taylor in John W. Woolley's home. Now, Lorin C. Woolley, in Lorin C. Woolley fashion, he kind of adds and embellishes to this story a little bit. As we get later versions, he alleges that there were 2 other people to this council, and it's not clear if he's like, oh, I forgot these 2 were also there, or if it's this thing that John Taylor added 2 people after the fact for a total of a council of 7. So the 6th is John Taylor himself, who had 5 wives throughout his life that we know of. And then the 7th person is none other than Joseph F. Smith, who had at least 5 wives that we know about. And it's at this point in the story that these 7 men on this priesthood council are rebranded, I guess you could say. They're given an official name. This is the Council of Friends. And I do believe it's at this point in the story that Lorin C. Woolley says that they are specifically ordained as apostles of this Council of Friends. And this apostolic ordination is basically with the design of the higher law of apostolic authority. So, and I know I've said it before when I kind of alluded to these duplicate keys, but the idea is that the Council of Friends has authority, true apostolic authority from Jesus Christ himself to continue this principle irregardless of what the mainstream Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints does or does not do. They have just as much authority as the apostles in the Quorum of the 12. Now, John Taylor himself, of course, dies in 1887. Samuel Bateman dies somewhere around 1891. I'm not 100% sure on that. George Q. Cannon dies in 1901. Charles Wilkin dies in 1915. Joseph F. Smith dies in 1918. And then John W. Woolley, the father of Mormon fundamentalism, he dies in 1928. Which leaves our friend Lorin C. Woolley as the last surviving member of this 1886 priesthood council that becomes the Council of Friends. So from a fundamentalist's perspective, Lorin C. Woolley is basically in a position similar to that of Moroni at the end of the Book of Mormon. He's the last of his people. He's the last of the righteous, priesthood holder, or however you want to say that. And so what does he do? Well, first you got to make a record. So about 9 months after he's basically the only guy alive is where we have this 1929 statement that is kind of a revision or an amplification of the one that he sent into the Historian's Archive in 1912. It's regarding the 1886 revelation. And then he does, I suppose, what any sensible person in his shoes would do. And he's like, I'm not going to live forever, so I've got to get more people in on this. And he starts recruiting people. He reorganizes this Council of Friends. We'll call it Council of Friends 2.0. And of course, he is the first member. And then he installs 6 more members, in theory, at least according to his narrative, to replace the other 6 from the original Council of Friends. Now, this is where the history from here on out is not alleged. Lorin C. Woolley really did appoint these people. Basically, every Mormon fundamentalist movement that is still being practiced today can trace their roots either with literal biological lineage or just ideological lineage back to these men or their movements, the movements that they produced. The first person he ordains is J. Leslie Broadbent, who he appoints as his second elder. So he's at this point probably calling himself or is being called the president or the prophet of this council of elders. So J. Leslie Broadbent as the second elder puts him second in line of command, basically. Broadbent has 3 wives throughout the course of his life. He was a pretty notable person back in the day, had been the mayor of Lehi, Utah, and he was a writer. He was passionate about the idea of plural marriage, ended up publishing a pamphlet called Celestial Marriage, and this leads to his excommunication in 1929. The second person he appoints is John Y. Barlow. Barlow has 7 wives throughout the course of his life. Somewhere in the lineage tree, if you look on Family Search, the Barlows and the Woolleys are cousins. I'm not exactly sure how these two are related. If Barlow sounds familiar to you at all, it's because John Y. Barlow's grandfather was Israel Barlow, one of the primary founders of Nauvoo. A very influential guy in the church. He was baptized by Brigham Young himself, and he marched in Zion's camp. At one point had been given the office of a patriarch, and he was a known polygamist. John Y. Barlow is less notable in the LDS church, just, aside from his last name. He gets excommunicated during or right after his mission for the LDS church because he starts either preaching and or practicing plural marriage while on his mission. So you're not allowed to do that, and he is excommunicated. Oh, I didn't even write the year. I'll put it in the subtitle, but he is excommunicated. The third person he ordains is Joseph W. Musser, who has, I believe, 6 wives throughout the course of his life. And Musser's father was one of the assistant church historians in the mainstream LDS world. Musser claims that he was told by Brigham Young Jr. that he needed to practice the principle of plural marriage regardless of his second anointing. And that's really interesting because the second anointing, I've mentioned it very briefly in the endowment videos that I produced on this channel. It's an ordinance that basically ensures exaltation unless you murder somebody. Like, you have guaranteed exaltation in the highest degree of celestial kingdom in the presence of God. So long as you don't shank someone to death, you're good. But Brigham Young Jr.'s philosophy, ideology, was that actually not practicing plural marriage can be just as bad as murder. And so you have to be a polygamist in order to gain your exaltation. Just because you've received your second anointing does not mean that you are in if you are not a polygamist. So Brother Musser takes this to heart and at some point begins practicing plural marriage. He was a pretty high up guy. He was a 70 at one point, ends up getting released as a 70 and is a branch president somewhere. And then someone finds out that he has taken a plural wife. This is in 1907, so right on the tail end, if not right after the Reed Smoot hearing. So this is a big no-no. And the Salt Lake Tribune gets that information leaked to them, and they publish it. They say, hey, this branch president, Mormon branch president, he just took another wife. Imagine that. And it's kind of a scandal. It's a controversy. And so Musser gets pulled into a disciplinary council, but he was respected enough. That the disciplinary council didn't happen for 2 years. And then when he finally gets called in for it, they just don't do anything. So this is another kind of instance that shows evidence that they're not being as hard line on this, up until that 1911 point in the timeline. This is where they're still going, I guess, okay, well, slap on the wrist, be on your way, something like that. Now, in 1915, Musser makes the claim that he has been given authority by an apostle, and he doesn't name the apostle, to continue practicing plural marriage. And I believe perhaps he's being authorized to authorize plural marriages, but I'm not 100% on that. Nobody really knows who this apostle is, but historians look back and kind of look at the time frame and his circle of people, and they say John W. Taylor, the son of John Taylor, is a pretty likely candidate for this. Ultimately, this catches up with him. He is excommunicated for taking his fourth wife in 1921. He's excommunicated from LDS. Musser ends up taking on the mantle of his father, who was an LDS church historian. Musser himself kind of becomes the historian for Mormon fundamentalism. Pretty much everything we know about Mormon fundamentalism from this point out is from the hand of Joseph Musser, and he also helps systematize all of the tales that Lorin C. Woolley is saying. And so you can kind of think of it as like whoever the guy was that, was it Oliver Cowdery, I think, who started to systematize the stories that Joseph Smith was telling about the first vision. It's very much the same thing. The fourth person that Lorin ordains, fifth person to the council, is LeGrand Woolley. He takes 3 wives throughout his life. He's not exactly a major player in the story, which actually frustrates me because there's a couple of points in this story where it would have been very helpful for him to show up and make any kind of statement or any kind of stance at all. And even through schisms and stuff, he's very, very neutral. He more or less disappears from the historical record, kind of like Bateman over here. We know he dies in 1969, but beyond that, he seems to be very either ambiguous about his feelings about some of this, or perhaps even apathetic. The fifth person on this new council is Charles Zitting. He has 3 wives throughout the course of his life. He's kind of interesting because he didn't come from polygamy. He was raised in an LDS monogamous family, but the doctrine of plural marriage starts speaking to him. I don't know if it's his influences or if he started to do some research on his own, but at 37 years old, he gets jailed for bigamy. He has taken another wife. and he is bailed out by none other than Lorin C. Woolley, J. Leslie Broadbent, and Joseph W. Musser the very next day. And they say, hey, we got a job for you. And they ask him if he'd like to join the new Council of Friends. Zitting was almost certainly excommunicated for that bigamy incident. You do start to see this interesting pattern where Lorin C. Woolley is definitely, I don't know if targeting is the right word, but he is intentionally, deliberately, strategically recruiting people that are, number one, already all for the principle. They're either practicing it or they believe in it. And number two, have already been kind of kicked out of the main thing. They're disaffected, they're displaced, and they need somewhere to go. And I think that's definitely part of the plan. The seventh and final member of this new Council of Friends, Louis A. Kelsch, who took three wives, throughout the course of his life. He was raised a Latter-day Saint. He was doing personal study in small secret groups that were kind of looking at fundamentalism. And he is he's actually not recruited by Woolley. I believe he's recruited by Barlow, he's recruited by Musser, and possibly Broadbent. You will start to see that Musser starts to exert some of this, I don't know if authority is the right word, but he is an influential player in terms of kind of bringing people along for the ride. And that comes up a bit later. This second generation Council of Friends is all coming together between the years of 1929 and 1933. 1933 is a pretty significant year because that is the year that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints issues a statement, an official formal statement about the 1886 revelation from John Taylor. And what do they say in this statement? It is a pretended revelation. It does not exist. We have no such record of it in our archives. It never existed in our archives. It's basically lie after lie after lie after lie, because at this time, we know for sure that they have at least several copies of this revelation, and it is known to exist because they have like affidavits and testimonies and minute notes from people who are referencing this revelation. So this is actually the last official statement that the church released on the 1886 revelation. So technically speaking, like officially right now, the official stance of the church is that this revelation is pretended and does not exist. But their own historical archives recently released those high-res scans. We're in a bit of an interesting tension right now. It will be interesting to see if the church ever decides to make a statement on it again, or comment on it, or acknowledge it in any meaningful way. Now, I know I'm throwing a lot of names and a lot of dates at you, and I know it's overwhelming. I'm trying to package it as much as I can. This is very dense stuff because this spans a wide timeline, and also there's a lot going on. And I wish that this is the point in the video where I could say, from here on out, it's not going to be confusing. I actually think from here on out, it's going to be more confusing than it has been, because we're going to start having overlapping accounts of different fundamentalist things that are happening at the same time, and at some points they start tying in together. So this character will go over here and do a thing, and this character will go over here and do a thing, and it forms this weird, messy web. It's all kind of this living, evolving organism that we don't really know what to call. When we say fundamentalism, we sometimes think of it as just this one unified movement, and it is not. There's a lot of working parts. In the meantime of this, while all of this is happening, the Council of Friends is out there doing missionary efforts. They are trying to more or less convert people to the cause of the principle of fundamentalism. They are trying to influence other people's theologies, especially Latter-day Saints, and especially Latter-day Saints that may be disaffected or may be looking for something a little different than the mainstream church. They are encouraging people to read church history. They are encouraging people to read their scriptures, and they are encouraging people to question LDS church policy. The Council of Friends ends up crossing paths with one such person. He's kind of an independent fundamentalist who's doing some research by the name of Charles Kingston. Kingston is kind of in a category of his own as an independent fundamentalist, but he is definitely brushing shoulders with the Council of Friends over here, probably being influenced by some of the emerging writings and theologies of Joseph W. Musser. Charles W. Kingston starts writing his own books, his own pamphlets, and he is publishing them, talking about the principle of plural marriage. He is eventually excommunicated for this in 1928. But from there, that kind of fuels his fire, and he converts his entire family to fundamentalism. And not only his entire family, but he is gaining followers. By the time that his son Eldon is old enough to take on a leadership role, he moves a bunch of Kingston's followers to Bountiful, Utah, and they establish what is kind of a church. It is inspired by the United Order, the principle of the law of consecration. They call it the Daviess County Cooperative Society Incorporated. And it is basically your average kind of co-op business. They're buying, selling, trading goods. But this Daviess County Cooperative Society Incorporated becomes sort of the humanitarian arm to an actual church that they form called the Latter-day Church of Christ. And at times, they're not all that distinguishable. When you are referring to one, you are kind of referring to the other. They're really one entity or two sides of the same coin. What the Latter-day Church of Christ is essentially an underground polygamy operation disguised as a co-op business. Because they cannot do this openly. This is Utah still. They can't, practice this. It's still illegal. And so there's a lot of shady stuff going on here. As the Latter-day Church of Christ carries on throughout time, there are a number of pretty horrific scandals. The two most notable ones involve a lot of incest going on and inbreeding because of just really intense isolation. There's also just a ton of fraud going on. This thing still exists to this day, and they've had some pretty significant legal troubles and arrests as recent as 2023. Their main export at one point became firearms. They're making and selling weapons, guns. They called it the Desert Tech Firearms. And that organization is still alive and well today. They sell weapons, rifles, assault rifles, I believe, to Lithuania. They have contracts with different countries. Lithuania, the Saudi Royal Guard uses Desert Tech firearms. And then this is really interesting, just kind of timely, the Ukraine Border Guard gets a lot of their weapons from Desert Tech firearms. So they have found where Russians have kind of taken over certain parts of Ukraine during this war. The inside intelligence has found that the Russians now have some Desert Tech firearms because they've stolen them from Ukraine. So it's just wild that this stuff is still kind of rippling out into modern day implications. But that's what happens with Charles W. Kingston. And it's a direct result, or at least influenced by, his interactions with this Council of Friends that is trying to perpetuate their movement. Now, Lorin C. Woolley, he dies in 1934. And that leaves the seat of the presidency or the prophetship, or however you want to say this, to J. Leslie Broadbent. He is in charge of the Council of Friends. But he's only in that seat for about 6 months. He dies in 1935. Under the new direction of John Y. Barlow, the Council of Friends starts talking about what is the long-term plan? What's the end game here? Because we can't legally be practicing this here. We need to be more isolated than we already are. And so the plan becomes to find a place, right? To find a new promised land, go out into the middle of nowhere, and we're going to establish our community, our kind of new Zion, for us to be able to freely or more freely practice the principle. And so John Y. Barlow and a ton of these fundamentalists that they've gathered in and around the Salt Lake City and just Utah area, they go down to the border of Utah and Arizona. There's this little valley called Short Creek. They do this very strategically on the border of Utah and Arizona because it's a little bit more legally ambiguous, right? We don't know whose jurisdiction this is, and if the people from Arizona come after us, we just go up to Utah. And if Utah comes after us, we just go down to Arizona a few feet. And that's kind of their plan. But the Council of Friends also knows that there's a concern about the principle dying out if there aren't enough people to practice it. And so this idea of missionary efforts still very much is at play here. And they know that one of the members of the Council of Friends probably has to stay back in Salt Lake City to help start some of these independent fundamentalist movements, facilitate study groups, and generally proselytize about the principle to disaffected Mormons in the Salt Lake City area. And that goes to Joseph W. Musser. So at this point, I mean, they don't even really have a name for their group. They have a name for their council. It's the Council of Friends, obviously. But their group is just, we're the fundamentalists, right? They're still calling themselves Mormons, but we're the Mormon Fundamentalists. And at this point, there are two branches, two main branches of these fundamentalists. The group at Short Creek, led by John Y. Barlow, and the group at Salt Lake City, led by Joseph W. Musser. Now, as you can imagine, back in the late 1930s and into the 1940s, it is not easy to keep a unified group of two branches that, I mean, this is a 4.5 hour drive today. So they had to work very intentionally at relaying messages between the two groups and keeping the unity of the group together and making sure that the leaders were all on the same page. They decide that they need some new leadership, and they start appointing people not to the council, but just as additional priesthood holders in the principle. They're handing some authority, the keys of this principle, to new people. So under the direction of President, Prophet John Y. Barlow, the Council of Friends starts ordaining a new set of priesthood holders in Short Creek. And it's three notable families. They ordain maybe between 6 and 12 new priesthood holders, but it's three specific names: the Johnsons, the Jessups, and the Barlows. Now, meanwhile, in Salt Lake City, Joseph W. Musser, he says, this idea of ordaining new priesthood holders is a pretty good idea. And he goes off script without the permission of the full council, and he ordains a man by the name of Lorin C. Word of this gets back to Short Creek, and they don't like it. They believe that Joseph W. Musser has exceeded his authority, that he should have basically asked permission to be able to ordain this guy. And by all accounts, Musser is unrepentant, I guess you could say. And there is now a tension between the two communities because Musser's over here in Salt Lake ordaining people that Short Creek looks at as unauthorized priesthood holders. And this is obviously going to be a pressure cooker when we get to some semblance of a succession crisis. Now, I mentioned that this web of fundamentalism was going to get more confusing and messy. At this time, when all of this is happening, 1,500 miles away in Mexico City, there is a group of local Mexican Mormon leaders who have organized a meeting that they've referred to as the Third Convention. It's called the Third Convention because I guess they had a first and second convention. From what I've read, they're all basically about the same thing, which is representation and leadership. But the Third Convention is the most significant one because it produces a schism. So there are frustrations with this local branch of the church that they basically see Salt Lake City headquarters, sending in a bunch of leaders for them, and they're all white missionaries. And they're frustrated not just because they don't have representation, but that they don't feel that they have any sort of independence or autonomy whatsoever. They're like, Salt Lake City is basically controlling us at an administrative level. We're in Mexico. Shouldn't we be having leaders here that kind of tell us how to proceed? You know, they could have the proper authority, but like, why do we have to get all of our directions straight from Salt Lake City? And then the people they do send us aren't even one of us. And so this is the conversation happening right here. At the third convention, they send a petition, a formal petition to the first presidency. And the petition basically says exactly what I've said. They said, we would like a Mexican mission president, and we would like a greater level of self-governance. And the first presidency sends back a letter, I assume, to them. And can you guess what the letter says?
Deal with it.
That's actually a pretty good. They say no. Thanks for playing. Deal with it. And then the Mexico City branch says, all right, bet. We are independent now. And they secede from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They become their own independent Mormon branch outside of LDS authority. Well, when you're outside of that LDS authority, it just kind of naturally opens the door for exploring a restoration of early church practices, and that includes polygamy. So this independent branch becomes a thing for about 10 years. And during this time, there are many people who have started to adhere to the practice of plural marriage. And then the LDS Church says, oh, actually, we should negotiate. Because they don't like the fact that something that they said that offended, the church in Mexico City has now resulted in fundamentalism and polygamy. They don't want to be remotely responsible for that or associated with that. And so they go, okay, let's talk. Let's have a conversation here. They begin negotiations with this branch in Mexico City, which is now, I guess, functionally its own church. And the church headquarters at Salt Lake City says, we will allow you to have your Mexican mission president. And will you please come back and join us? And they do. A lot of them come back, like most of them. They say, okay. And so I think they maybe saw it as a form of protest, and the protest worked. But there's a small group of these independents that says, you know what? You lost your chance. We kind of like what we're doing right here. You're not going to allow us to keep our plural wives, blah, blah, blah. And so we're going to keep being our own thing. And this small group was led by a man named Margarito Bautista. And Bautista starts teaching that the LDS Church has lost not only its chance with them, but has lost its authority. Bautista moves with his little sect, and they form and found this colony near Ozumba, and it becomes known as Colonia Industrial de la Nueva Jerusalem, which means the industrial colony of New Jerusalem. And they establish in that colony a church called El Reino de Dios en su plenitud, which means the kingdom of God in its fullness. And so this is a new fundamentalist church that has come out of this. There are three main principles or three main fundamentals of this fundamentalist Mormon church, the kingdom of God in its fullness. And that is that the Mexican people are literally the descendants of Book of Mormon peoples. It is that they follow the law of consecration or the United Order. And of course, formally, polygamy. We are a polygamist church. Okay, we're going to put a pin in that. We're going to come back to it. Meanwhile, while all of this is going on, do you remember those fundamentalist communities that were started up in Canada because the church was moving people out of the United States to avoid the persecution from the U.S. government? Well, there is a gentleman who I believe is descended from some of those Canadian polygamists, if not just in and around them. His name is Harold Blackmore. He is from Alberta. And again, this is fundamentalist remnants. I say remnants because a lot of the Canadians kind of reassimilated. Well, I wouldn't say reassimilated, but just maintained course with the mainstream LDS church when polygamy really stopped being a thing and they were enforcing it. But, you know, wherever you have polygamy and people who truly believe in this principle as necessary for exaltation, you're going to have people that break off and try to do the right thing to maintain their principle and maintain salvation for their family. Harold Blackmore purchases and founds this little polygamous town on the border of Idaho and Canada. It's in British Columbia, and he calls it Bountiful. This is Bountiful, British Columbia, not to be confused with Bountiful, Utah. Harold Blackmore has a son named Winston Blackmore.
Just a brief note here while I'm editing. It seems that the Blackmore lineage is a little more complicated than I made it on the video. Harold Blackmore seems to be the older cousin of Winston Blackmore, and Winston Blackmore's father is a gentleman named Ray Blackmore, who eventually excommunicates Harold and takes control of Bountiful. According to a Wikipedia article, Harold and Ray co-founded the colony at Bountiful together, and I think the rest of it is correct, but just wanted to make that brief correction.
And as this, well, it's not a church yet, but it will become kind of a church. And as this community grows, Winston becomes the bishop. And we're going to put a pin in that. So we've put a pin in these two things. We're going to come back to them in different forms, but you just have to know that this is happening underneath all of this. Okay, so I've erased this section that had the original priesthood council. It was all kind of theoretical and alleged anyway, and they're all dead. So I'm going to make some space here for our chart. We have the Fundamentalists located in Salt Lake City, and we have the Fundamentalists located in Short Creek. Salt Lake City is being led by Joseph Musser, and Short Creek is being led by Barlow. The Council of Friends, under the direction of Barlow, have ordained new priesthood holders in the Johnsons, the Jessops, and the other Barlows. Musser has ordained in an unauthorized fashion Rulin Allred.
Another brief correction here. I do clarify this later, but just to note in the moment, John Y. Barlow dies in 1949, and there's so much going on I forgot to mention it. But this leaves Joseph W. Musser in charge of the Council of Friends, and by extension, all of the Mormon fundamentalists. So, by ordaining individuals outside of the authority of the council, Musser is effectively asserting that the leader of the council, whether we're calling that the first elder or the president, that person holds greater, maybe even unilateral authority than the other members, and this creates an uncomfortable power dynamic. His assertion of authority in this way is what begins to drive a wedge between the Salt Lake community of fundamentalists and the Short Creek community of fundamentalists.
Now, over the next 5 years, Joseph Musser ordains at least 3 new people to the priesthood, and he's not supposed to be doing this. He adds in 2 more Allred brothers. So this would be Owen and Marvin Allred. And then he adds a gentleman, Joseph Thompson. Now, we've talked about how it might seem difficult to try to maintain unity or any kind of connection, communication with long-distance fundamentalist groups like Short Creek and Salt Lake City here, but this will kind of give you an idea of how quickly news travels in the underground fundamental circles. Joseph Musser extends a priesthood calling invitation to join the priesthood holders here to Margarito Batista. Now, by all accounts, Batista either doesn't get it or just refuses it. He's kind of doing his own thing over there. But that gives you an indication that there's starting to be a really interesting, kind of almost spiritual connection between these communities that are really worlds apart. It also kind of makes sense that Musser is in the know because he's stationed in Salt Lake City where church headquarters is, and of course he's going to hear all the buzz about controversial things that are potentially happening with other polygamous communities around the world. Musser takes this ordination scandal to a new level when he starts calling these people that he's ordained a new priesthood council. So he's either ordaining them to the existing council, or he's creating a separate priesthood council under his own authority, which of course, Short Creek is not going to like the sound of that. It is at this point that Musser becomes a very prolific writer. He starts penning a lot of the really influential fundamentalist literature. He really becomes the theologian of Mormon fundamentalism. And notably, this is also when he starts criticizing Mormon polygamous communities that have underage marriages and arranged marriages, because this was starting to happen in Short Creek. And so you can almost see this as Musser doing a power play of trying to drive a wedge between himself and the leadership of Short Creek. And so that starts being a teaching. Now, rumors about the organization and administration of all of these underage and arranged marriages in Short Creek start circulating, and it begins to concern the government. And on July 26, 1953, the Arizona National Guard organizes a raid on the Short Creek compound. They take out 164 children. They put 86 women into custody until they can figure out what to do with them. They arrest 40 plus men. At the end of the day, the raid didn't really do a lot because a lot of the children, I think most of the children, end up getting returned. All the women get released, they go back. And the men kind of sit in jail for like 3 months, 5 months, and then they get released back because they're trying to build a case, but they're not even really sure what's going on or how to prosecute them or what the angle would be. The media's coming down hard on the governor for having authorized this thing. Like, you're breaking up this innocent religious, big family or whatever. The sentiment about polygamy and polygamous communities, especially isolated ones, it's very different in the 1950s than it was, say, in the 1850s. And so what this ends up doing, really the only thing that comes out of this, is it ruins the governor's career and he doesn't get reelected. Now, in the fallout and aftermath of this raid, and all of the leadership of Short Creek is basically sitting in jail, Charles Zitting, who had been kind of abiding with Musser with the Salt Lake City Fundamentalist, he travels up to, or down to, Short Creek to try to help stabilize the leadership and stabilize the members of the church there. Now, within a few months, everything at Short Creek kind of goes back to semi-normal. But the raid did a couple of really important things for that community. It seemed to strengthen their solidarity. It definitely gave them a persecution complex because the government has literally come in, raided them, kidnapped their children, held their wives hostage, thrown all the men in prison. And so in the most fundamentalist mind, this is proof that we are the one true church. And that can be a very dangerous rhetoric. What it also did is it weakened the outside influence, particularly from the leadership over here at Salt Lake City. And it kind of creates this leadership vacuum where the strongest personalities are really going to rise to the occasion here and try to help this community through their struggles. So the wedge that Musser had already started trying to create with this stuff, it gets exacerbated by what happens here because of the government. Now, 5 months after everybody is out of jail, this is March of 1954, Joseph Musser dies. 4 months after Musser dies, Charles Zitting also dies. And he is like the last strong link that connects the Short Creek community to the Salt Lake City community. And now we have a big problem because there are only 2 council members left that would have anything to say about what's going on in Salt Lake City, and LeGrand Woolley is really not in the picture. As I mentioned before, he's just kind of this lone wolf out here. He doesn't have an opinion on anything. Maybe he just can't be bothered. So he's not a consideration in this factor. He might as well not even be on the council as far as this decision is concerned. And then Louis A. Kelch, by all accounts, is a very shy, quiet guy. He really does not want to lead. And he was recruited, remember, by Musser. He had a lot of respect for this guy. And so he's like, well, who's the senior most guy that Musser ordained? And so Louis A. Kelch turns the keys of the priesthood over to the guy that Short Creek says was unauthorized from the beginning. And now you have a split. The Salt Lake City Fundamentalists become the Apostolic United Brethren under the direction of Rulin Allred. And the Short Creek community becomes the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or commonly FLDS. And I do apologize. I forgot to mention, because I'm juggling a lot of things here. John Y. Barlow, he dies in 1949. That is a really big detail that I forgot to mention. It is significant because it happens before the raid. So John Barlow dies. The presidency goes to Musser. So Musser is kind of trying to lead the Short Creek community from afar. And then for that few months, it goes to Zitting. But they've just got a lot going on there. They've already had ordained people sort of kind of running the show over there, which had been under the direction of Barlow. I don't know why I forgot to mention that, but in 1954, 1955, somewhere in this point, one of the Johnsons, it's Leroy S. Johnson, he assumes leadership of Short Creek community. And then when that split happens, when Rulin Allred is officially in charge of this thing and Short Creek says, nope, we don't recognize that, then Leroy S. Johnson is officially the president of the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Yeah, sorry for that hiccup, but that's how the two groups shook out. And of course, these two groups still very much exist today. In fact, they are the two largest Mormon fundamentalist sects in the world. The Apostolic United Brethren, under the leadership of Rulin Allred, it drifts towards this Council of Elders leadership style. I'll say governance. And the leadership style of the Apostolic United Brethren's Council of Elders is a bit softer than what you end up seeing in FLDS, where they do practice polygamy, but they try to not arrange marriages, because that was something that Musser was preaching against. And so they try to inject the doctrine of the principle with as much consent as possible. The other notable thing is that the AUB, stationed right there in Salt Lake City, they're not isolated from the rest of the world, and so they are mingling with society. People in their group are allowed to go out and be part of society, and people in society are allowed to come in and take a look at them. And for this reason, it's a lot less culty in the way that we use that word today. And for this reason, you have a lot of people over time leaving the Apostolic United Brethren in favor of the mainstream Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints right there in Salt Lake City. And this is why you have a lot of Allreds in the church today, in the LDS church today. Also, Allred comes from pioneer stock too. So there's kind of two lines of Allreds that chances are good you've probably known an Allred or have known somebody who has known an Allred. On the other hand, the FLDS church, under the direction of Leroy S. Johnson, becomes very authoritarian. He introduces, I shouldn't say introduces, but drives home and polishes and kind of reformats this one-man rule It is the idea that only one man on earth at any time has the keys of the priesthood to be able to have the sealing power and grant authority of plural marriages and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of assigned marriages going on here in FLDS, a lot of assigned underage marriages happening, and also they're still in Short Creek, which actually is no longer Short Creek. When they become FLDS, they become an official border town. So north of the border in Utah is Hilldale, which is what it is today, and then south of the border in Arizona, it is, what do they call it? Colorado City for some reason. And that is also still what it is today. But they're in this little border town in the middle of nowhere. They are so isolated. And so it is very rare outside of really horrific, tragic, traumatic, illegal things. You don't really see people kind of going to and from FLDS and that community. If people are leaving, it's because they've been banished or they are running for their lives, basically. At this point, under the direction of Leroy S. Johnson, the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints makes a really interesting friendship with, I believe it's Winston, but it's one of the Blackmores. And they find out that they are ideologically aligned on a lot of things. And one thing leads to another, and basically bountiful British Columbia starts calling itself the Canadian branch of the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now, eventually that splits, and I guess we can talk about it very briefly when that happens. There's a group of them that decide to stay with the leadership of FLDS, and then there's a group of them that go off with, I believe it is Winston Blackmore, and do their own thing. So to this day, there are still two very prominent groups of Mormon fundamentalist, Mormon polygamist communities in bountiful British Columbia, and it's because of this connection that was made back here in the 1960s and 70s, and I think by the 1980s they were firmly one church, separate branches. So we have talked about our Canadian polygamist friends, that is to say the kind of descendants and remnants of the LDS, mainstream LDS, Canadian polygamist groups. Let's check in on some of our friends in the northern Mexico. This is not Mexico City. This is the northern Mexico, Chihuahua, Mormon polygamous colonies where the mainstream LDS were sending families to flee the United States, practice polygamy secretly in Mexico. By the way, it was illegal in both places. It's illegal in Canada, it's illegal in Mexico. So the church was like, we've drawn too much attention from the illegal stuff we're doing in the United States. Go do illegal stuff in other countries. It literally happened. Canada enforced it more. Mexico didn't enforce it as much. And so that's why you have more Mormon colonies, fundamentalists in northern Mexico. Out of the Chihuahua group, there is a family called the LeBarons. The father's name is Alma, and he has a ton of kids. He has a ton of wives and a ton of kids. I don't know if he permanently lives in Chihuahua, but he's like back and forth between the United States and northern Mexico quite a bit. He raises a lot of his kids there. My understanding or my guess would be that he's going back to Mexico to take more wives and then father more children. A lot of his kids, especially one of his sons, Joel, who becomes kind of a protagonist here. Joel LeBaron is baptized in Chihuahua, Mexico, when he's like 13 or something like that. Joel's got brothers. Irville and Ross and Verlin are the most important ones. So let me get these names down here somewhere. Let's get rid of these guys because at this point, the Council of Friends is kind of dead. It is defunct. What remains of the Council of Friends has been rebranded into either the AUB or the FLDS. So you have the LeBarons. They have like 20 siblings or more. I mean, it's a huge family, but these are the four most important ones for the purpose of our story. As Joel is growing up in and around the Mormon fundamentalists in Mexico, and then eventually his family moves to Salt Lake City, and they start mingling with, I believe, it's Musser's group, the Apostolic United Brethren, or what becomes the AUB. The family is very interested in their teachings and, their doctrines and their stories. This is where they first hear about the Woolley line of authority story that I don't know that they've ever heard before. The polygamists in northern Mexico are different than the polygamists here, and the polygamists from the LDS colonies wouldn't have had that Woolley line of authority story. So this is something new for them. They end up joining Musser. This is before all of the split and stuff. They join him for about 10 years. And Joel seems to really, religion is like his bread and butter. He takes this stuff to heart. And he kind of reminds me of Joseph Smith in the way that at least Joseph Smith is portrayed as being when he is young. Very inquisitive, wants to know the truth, wants to know what church is true and what church he should join, if any. And so Joel, at some point in his young adult life, he goes on this pilgrimage and he starts trying to find different Mormon fundamentalist groups and ask his questions. He's already been in and around the the Apostolic United Brethren. There's some good evidence that he pays a visit to the FLDS and has a conversation or some series of conversations with them and maybe their leaders. He even goes to Mexico, not just back to where he kind of grew up in and around, but down towards Mexico City, where there are traces of these fundamentalist groups that start talking about their leader, Margarito Bautista. Bautista doesn't really come up, at least in the historical record, any further than we've already talked about him, but it's just another brick in the wall in terms of the connections between some of these very small, even familial fundamentalist groups that make these connections and are able to find these really important figures or their followers. Joel also starts going around Salt Lake City and trying to find and visit with other independent fundamentalists who kind of have their own ideas about things. And after he's gone on this pilgrimage, Joel LeBaron says, again, very much like Joseph Smith, none of them are true. The authority has been lost and it needs to be restored. And so Joel forms a church. He forms this doctrine. I suppose before he actually forms the church, he starts kind of systematizing the way that he sees theology. He creates this doctrine called the right of the firstborn, which says that priesthood lineage, that priesthood authority that passes through, it is not through ordination. It's not the laying on of hands necessarily. It's through birthright. It's this special preserved lineage through early Mormon families, and that the rightful heir would someday appear kind of as a messianic figure, the one mighty and strong, from D&C 85. Now, the LeBarons can trace their lineage to Benjamin F. Johnson, who was one of Joseph Smith's Council of 50. It was Joseph Smith's inner circle group that was going to be his new Congress, basically. It was the system of government that was supposed to replace the United States government once Christ came back and there would be a Zion, a literal Mormon theocracy on the American continent. And so as Joel LeBaron is kind of creating or conceptualizing of this doctrine, he's like, well, we are descended from this guy who probably had some really good, strong authority from Joseph Smith. And so I guess I'm the one mighty and strong, he says. And this is where he creates his church called the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times. And you thought Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was a mouthful. That one trips me up every time. This is actually established not in Mexico, not in some colony. This is established right in the middle of Salt Lake City, believe it or not. He establishes his brother Ross as the patriarch of this new church, and he establishes, I guess there's another brother, Lorin. one of his other brothers as his first counselor. And then Joel starts having all of these heavenly visitations. He is visited by not one, not two, but 19 former prophets, including Jesus and Abraham and Moses and Elijah and, yes, Joseph Smith and John Taylor themselves. And so he's, obviously, I think from a from a very logical perspective, he's just making this stuff up as he goes, but he's doing it to curate this image of authority. I have a birthright authority, and my power is, or my authority is so much more than all these other people who claim authority. They eventually go back to Chihuahua. They add a couple of brothers, including Irville, and a sister into their church. At this point, there's some kind of schism. Ross gets removed as the patriarch of the church, and he starts getting jealous of Joel's prophetic authority. Not sure which came first, like chicken or the egg kind of thing. Perhaps Ross was jealous of the authority and was making comments and then gets removed. Or perhaps he's removed for an unrelated reason and now he's jealous of, he doesn't have a position in his brother's church anymore, and who is his brother to have all this authority. So Ross says, actually, Ross is going to be the one to prepare the way for the one mighty and strong. And that one mighty and strong is not Joel. It's just some random Indian prophet somewhere in the world right now. And Ross decides to kind of rebrand Joel's church, tries to snatch authority away. And he says, I'm going to create this church called the Church of the Firstborn, period. Nothing fancy, right? We don't need all that fullness of time stuff, just the Church of the Firstborn. Now, spoiler alert, Ross doesn't really show up in the story after this. He just kind of goes into obscurity. Nobody really cares about his church. He's not as charismatic as Joel. He's not coming up with all these stories about I was visited by Jesus and Joseph Smith and all this stuff. So his church goes into obscurity as well. They also have another brother named Ben. At one point, Ben starts writing letters to, I think it was John W. Taylor's son, saying that Ben himself is the one mighty and strong. And these brothers have a lot of delusions of grandeur, and they cannot agree on which one of them is the most important. When Ross gets removed as the patriarch of Joel's church, Joel ordains Irville, which is his older brother, I believe. Irville is now the patriarch of the Church of the Firstborn of the fullness of times. And within 5 years, Irville is saying, you know what? Actually, I think I am the proper head and authority of the Church of the Firstborn of the fullness of times. And Joel says, no, you're not. And so he releases Irville as the patriarch and replaces him with a man called Fred C. Collier. This is so interesting. Fred is just a guy who was I think it's 2 L's maybe. Maybe it's 1. Fred Collier is a independent Mormon fundamentalist from Salt Lake City area. He was also doing some research for the church at one point. He was in the historian's office. And just as a fun sidebar, after a lot of this goes down, which if you think this is crazy yet, just hold on a second. This is an insane story. The LeBarons, it's the only comic relief of the fundamentalism narrative, and it's also the darkest part. Anyway, Fred C. Collier, once everything goes down here and he parts ways with the LeBarons, he goes back to Salt Lake City to do some more research with the church. And he finds a mysterious transcript of a disciplinary council. The disciplinary council featuring John W. Taylor, son of the prophet, getting excommunicated from the church. Do you remember the one where they admitted the transcript of the 1886 revelation? They put it in there. He finds it. And it's one of the first confirmed instances where they have this in writing and they know the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the mainstream, has access to this and they've known about it. And he smuggles it out. He smuggles the entire transcript out of the church historian's office and he publishes it. And it starts creating waves in the fundamentalist community, and the church has to do a ton of damage control. That's all the way in the 70s and 80s. So some pretty recent stuff. This is right around the time that the Tanners were creating their kind of anti-Mormon book, The Truth About Mormonism, Unveiled, or whatever it was that they called their book, that was causing a lot of people to leave the church. So a lot of this stuff is connected to things that blow up, and I would argue maybe still create some minor to severe problems for the church today. So Ervil is disgruntled, and he says, you know what? Joel's not better than me. I'm going to create my own doctrine too. So he starts trying to formalize his doctrine and systematize his theology. And by 1972, Ervil and his followers, and he does have some very loyal followers, they form the Church of the Lamb of God. What does the Church of the Lamb of God believe? Well, they pull their name from 1 Nephi chapter 14, which basically says, or at least this is how they interpret it, in the last days, there will only be two churches, the Church of God and the Church of the Devil. It's basically what that passage says. And so Ervil looks at this and he's interpreting it, and he says, the Church of God is my church, the Church of the Lamb of God. And the Church of the Devil is Joel's church, the church of the firstborn of the fullness of times. And isn't it convenient now that Ervil starts teaching blood atonement theology? And he orders the execution of his brother Joel. Take out this apostate and his church. And he sends one of his, I don't know if he's an apostle or just one of his general followers, to go to wherever Joel's living, at his, either it's like a church compound or just his home. The guy walks up to Joel in the middle of the night and pops him in the driveway, shoots him in the head, kills him. And his son is sleeping in the car, like right out, like feet from him. Guy dies within, 6 feet of his sleeping kid. Ervil is arrested because this is absolutely connected to him. I don't think he's been very quiet about some of the blood atonement theology, and I don't know that his people are always very competent. There's evidence, some way they connect it to Ervil. He goes to prison, and then he starts writing fundamentalist pamphlets in prison. And I think some of it is about polygamy, but some of it starts to get into blood atonement. So it's weird. Like, if he had a lawyer, the lawyer would say, stop, don't write anything, just shut up. But he doesn't know when to shut up. While Ervil's in prison, awaiting like a trial, Verlin now assumes the role of the prophet and president of the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times, because Joel is dead. And Verlin was an adamant, loyal follower of Joel's. And then Ervil's case gets overturned, and he's not going to face any jail time for the murder. There's just not enough evidence to convict for some reason. There was enough evidence to arrest him, but not enough to convict. And now he sees his other brother has become the apostate prophet of the apostate church of the devil. And so now he starts to make plans to execute his other brother, Verlin. And he sends his teenage wife and a couple of her brothers to raid the church headquarters of the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times. They light Molotov cocktails and start throwing like pipe bombs. They bring guns and just start shooting. And they injure like a dozen people. They kill 2, and Ervil's arrested again. And Ervil is let go. They cannot find, they basically can't find him saying, do it. They can't find him saying, giving the order. They know all these other people connected to him are involved, but they can't really pin it on him because there's nothing concrete. It seems to be either very secret or very wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of a thing. At this point, some of Ervil's inner circle is like getting freaked out, naturally. Ervil's mother-in-law says, hey, if you don't tone this down, I'm going to leave the church and I'm going to go to the police. And Ervil orders his 10th wife to drive his mother-in-law out to the desert and kill her. And her body has never been found to this day. Ervil, from this point, goes on like a killing spree. He goes on a killing spree for the weirdest of reasons, and he starts trying to assign like theological reasons to it. So some of the people he's killing, it's because, Well, he's killing people in his own church. They didn't tithe enough. They didn't consecrate enough to me. He's going full warlord, ordering deaths. He's still trying to kill Verlin. At one point, he devises this plan. Okay, I'm going to have to try to kill someone else to get Verlin to the funeral, and then I'll pop him at the funeral. He starts trying to arrange this weird kind of game of chess, and it's all for the intention of killing the apostate prophet of the apostate brothers, apostate church. And he's like, well, this has to be somebody notable. Like, it has to be someone big. It has to be someone important that would be connected to Joel in some kind of intimate, personal, or even like religious way. Oh, I know. I'm going to go after Rulin Allred. And he does. He sends his wife and stepdaughter to Rulin Allred's office. He was some kind of doctor. They walk into the doctor's office and they shoot him to death. So now the Apostolic United Brethren, much in the same way that the Short Creek was like, I'm amped up, we're the true church, we're being persecuted. Apostolic United Brethren just had a rival fundamentalist Mormon cult leader send one of their leaders or one of their wives and family members to kill their leader. And now they're in kind of a crisis mode of fear and also persecution. Now, at this point, Ervil's plan has been unveiled. He's pretty much implicated. I think he sent someone to go wait at the funeral of Allred, and they already had like U.S. Marshals there. Like they knew something was afoot. So I don't know if they questioned whoever was there on his behalf, but they figure out, okay, Ervil's like literally giving kill orders and people have died. Multiple people have died. Ervil gets the hint that they're on to him for real this time. So he flees. I think he tries to go to Mexico. He gets caught in Mexico, extradited back to the United States, and he's convicted. Finally convicted, prison sentence for life. And then he starts writing revelations in prison in the form of a divine hit list. And he's got 50 names that he needs his followers to go blood atone. I believe Ervil LeBaron is called the Mormon Manson for this reason. Somehow that list gets out of prison. I don't know if they're not reading the mail or things were just relaxed back in the 70s and 80s. They had just, I guess the United States had only just found out about serial killers, where the FBI was like, oh, we need to work together with all the local whatever. So Ervil gets this list out, and his followers begin working on it. He also gives orders for like how to continue the church. And there's this idea that he's not going to be around for much longer. I think at the time they probably saw that as, well, he's incapacitated. He's in prison. He can't lead the church from prison, but he kills himself in jail in 1981. Within a week, Verlin dies in a mysterious car accident. His followers don't get all the way through the list, but they did start working on it. I think the police cracked down on it and tried to shut it all down, figured out who the targets were. Ervil has 2 sons, and together they start doing organized crime. One of them begins an auto theft ring where they're stealing cars and then bringing them over the Mexican border and scrapping them for parts. And this catches the eye of Mexican authorities, obviously. And so the other son, the brother, starts bribing Mexican politicians by prostituting his sisters and his wives to various Mexican politicians. It's a crazy story. The LeBaron crime empire, it slowly dies. They leave a very small remnant polygamist group, which still exists today, but they're mostly like nomadic kind of or like farming communities. They're scattered around the United States West and then like northern Mexico. And that's kind of the end of the LeBaron story. So you see what I mean by it is the comic relief because it's so bizarre, but it's also horrific. It's one of the most horrific examples of the dangers of some of the Mormon fundamentalist beliefs when put to action. Now, meanwhile, underneath all of the dramatic LeBaron story, there is something else going on that is quieter, less dramatic, but just as important, if not more important. There is a man called Robert Crossfield. He is a Latter-day Saint. Robert Crossfield starts to disaffiliate from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He starts to be interested in fundamentalism. And so he begins mingling with various fundamentalist circles, particularly the Apostolic United Brethren community that's in Salt Lake. He begins expressing fundamentalist ideas. He is excommunicated from LDS in the 1960s. And from that point on, he begins calling himself the Prophet Onias. Prophet Onias begins receiving revelations, and he writes a book, which is essentially a part 2 to the Doctrine and Covenants, called the Second Book of Commandments. And he's, you can tell he's really read up on his LDS, Mormon history, because the Book of Commandments was the original title for the Doctrine and Covenants. So he writes the Second Book of Commandments, and these revelations can basically be boiled down to 3 things. Polygamy, you need plural marriage. Revelation, meaning the heavens are open, and he says that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints doesn't really have that authority anymore. There's no new revelations that have come out in the church, and so they've lost this prophetic authority. Prophet Onias has that prophetic authority. He's receiving revelation in real time. And then the third thing is preparing for an apocalypse. So this is kind of a callback to some Brigham Young era Mormon Reformation kind of stuff. Jesus Christ is coming back any soon. We have to prepare. And the righteous ones need to be practicing polygamy. His following is pretty small. I think at its peak, it was only like a couple of hundred people, but it was so impactful. He begins this, it's not even a church. I'd say it's closer to a study group called the School of the Prophets. And this was kind of a nod to Joseph Smith era, when Joseph was creating or receiving revelation for divine ordinances that would later become temple ordinances, and even secret, more secret than temple ordinances, second anointing kind of stuff. That was Joseph Smith's School of the Prophets. So Prophet Onias names his group after that. He begins inspiring dozens of independent study groups in and around the Salt Lake City area that are also calling themselves the School of the Prophets. Now, they're technically not affiliated, but it just becomes this name for independent Mormon fundamentalist study groups. At one point between the 1970s and the 1980s, there are probably about 1,000 Mormons who are participating, or at least attending every once in a while, these School of the Prophets. It also attracted a lot of members from the Apostolic United Brethren, and it's attracting like other disaffiliated, either maybe excommunicated Mormons from the LDS circle, or just like other random independent fundamentalists that are out there. Onias appoints a priesthood. So he pulls a thing that we've seen in this kind of mess before. He pulls a John Taylor. He pulls a Lorin C. Woolley. He pulls a Rulon Allred. He ordains his own prophetic council. And this prophetic council, it's not clear how much authority it has, but it's basically his inner circle. And this inner circle includes 2 individuals named Ron and Dan. And he says explicitly that Dan is the one mighty and strong. So he's pulling again from this really deep-rooted fundamentalist teaching. Ron starts receiving revelations. And these revelations are very, very violent, adjacent to blood atonement theology. If you haven't picked up on this already, if you don't know this story, this is Ron and Dan Lafferty from the 1984 American Fork murders. They murder their sister-in-law, they murder her infant baby, And it's a horrible, horrible thing. It shocks the Mormon community. They wrote a book about it. They made a TV show about it on Hulu. And because Onias has not only affiliated with these guys, but he literally told one of them, "You're like the next Messiah," basically. Onias is like, "Oh crap." And he just fades into obscurity for the rest of forever. He continued to lead a pretty small group of loyal followers until about 2011, where he died. I believe it was just of old age. Dan is still doing life in prison. Ron died in jail. It goes to show you again, these stories are not ancient history. I think when we think of fundamentalism and some of the crazy blood atonement stuff, we think, oh, way, way back. This is so, so recent, and the convictions are so recent, and the trauma remains, and it deeply affects not just the fundamentalist communities and putting the fear of God into them, but it affects Mormon communities. It affects average Latter-day Saints. Within a decade of the LeBaron stuff and within a year of the Lafferty murders, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, they found an organization called the Strengthening Church Members Committee. And this is essentially a spy organization that still exists today. And I think on the surface, they say, we're just making sure that like all of our members are in harmony with the brethren and no one's teaching apostasy. But Elder Holland is on record, on camera, I think it's during a 60 Minutes interview, saying openly the reason that this was created was so that the church could find polygamists and put an end to it. Excommunicate them, banish them, distance them. We have no association with you, because this stuff was hitting a little too close to home. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints says, to what degree do we owe any responsibility to this? To what degree is this a liability for us? And so they form this organization to basically try to snuff out polygamy wherever they can. And not just polygamy, fundamentalism, snuff it out where they can. The church also starts distributing fully correlated material. So this is on the heels of the correlation movement, where we get a nice packaged curriculum, and we're handing this to all of our teachers. We're all teaching the same things, and you are not allowed to go off script. That's where this starts. It's because of this. The church immediately goes to work on revising the temple endowment ceremony, and within like 6 years, they've removed all of the blood oath penalties from the temple endowment ceremony. This is also, so we're approaching the 1990s now, this is where they start excommunicating academics, particularly those who are studying fundamentalist history and polygamous history. A notable one is D. Michael Quinn. I guess the academic Mormon community owes a lot to him for going into the church archives and releasing a lot of information that the world didn't know about early Joseph Smith polygamy, Brigham Young era polygamy, stuff I've talked about in this very video. All of that research, or at least a big chunk of it, comes from D. Michael Quinn. They excommunicated him for it. This is also when the church begins, they start to emphasize Jesus Christ as part of Mormon identity more than they ever had before. And this kind of paves the way for them to eventually, in like 2018, officially drop the name Mormon as a moniker that we are attaching ourselves to. We are the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The reason is because Mormon is starting to be associated with this stuff. And we don't want to be Mormon anymore. We are Christians, you guys. And if this is Mormon, we're not that. This also takes the form of them starting to place more Jesus paintings in sacred places like temples and chapels, and they start phasing out Mormon history paintings, and they start now recently have started phasing out Book of Mormon paintings unless they feature Jesus Christ. This is something that I think still ripples on into today. We're still seeing the effects of it. I think we're going to continue to see the effects of it, but it is really interesting to see the linchpin that was pulled that kind of started the snowball effect here. Now, I'm not saying all of those decisions are 100% about polygamy and about fundamentalist violence, but it does seem to be a pretty big trigger that got the got the ball rolling here. So that has been a very, very fun rabbit trail down the Mormon Fundamentalist web. Thank you for going on that journey with me. Let's go back to our friends here on the two main groups, the Apostolic United Brethren and the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We're going to start with the AUB here because they've just lost their dear leader, Rulin Allred. The keys of the priesthood are conferred to Rulin's brother, Owen. So Owen Allred is now, I guess, the president of the Apostolic United Brethren. I guess we can put him down here. Owen Allred does a fantastic job of stabilizing the community of the Apostolic United Brethren. He leads the church into the turn of the 21st century. I forgot to write down when he died, but I think it's somewhere like in the early 2000s, maybe 2002. So he's leading the church until really what we would consider the modern era. He makes a couple of changes and also some really strong doctrinal points. So during his administration, if you will, the mainstream Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has announced officially that people of color are allowed to hold the priesthood. The ban of the priesthood is lifted for black members, and they can also enter the temple and receive their ordinances, receive their endowment. And Owen Allred is infuriated by this because he is racist. And racism and white supremacy run very deep in Mormon fundamentalism. So in response to this, he says, we're going to build our own endowment house, which is such a weird response because you were already separate from them. Like, you didn't recognize their ordinances anyway, but he's so offended that black people are now able to enter the LDS temples. He's like, we're going to build our own temples to keep the black people out. And he does. So what's interesting about the endowment house in the Apostolic United Brethren community is that it preserves an older version of the endowment. So the stuff that I presented in my endowment commentary, where I'm talking about all the stuff that was cut from the dialogue, a lot of that, if not all of that, is still in there. So the Apostolic United Brethren really has the most original form of the endowment still being practiced today. And of course, white supremacy, only white people are allowed to receive the endowment. Blood atonement gets super softened. So Owen Allred starts saying, well, blood atonement, yes, it's a real theology, but it was something that was twisted and kind of misunderstood. And they start taking steps away from that fundamentalism. I would assume because, their leader died due to blood atonement theology, and they're like, hey, this hit us really close to home. Maybe we shouldn't promote stuff like this. He also continues the tradition from his brother and also Musser before him, saying that child brides and coercive arranged marriages are wrong. And he's doing this because the world is becoming aware of some stuff going on in FLDS, which we'll talk about. And so they don't walk polygamy back, but at the same time, they're like, well, we're not going to let kids get married, and we want women to consent to the marriage, so we're not going to arrange it. So what do you think happens to polygamy?
Stops.
It pretty much slows significantly. The rates dip like 80-90%. Imagine that. When you give women a choice, informed consent, full-grown adult women, informed consent, they don't want to share their husbands with other women. So the Apostolic United Brethren still is a polygamist community. Like, they still officially believe in the doctrine of plural marriage, but pretty much no one does it unless they really believe in the principle and want the blessings that are associated with that principle. But it's not required to be a member. Like I said, he stabilized the AUB into the 21st century. There have been no splits from the Apostolic United Brethren since Owen Allred. So that's very, very significant because splits and schisms are very common on the fundamentalist end of that spectrum. Remember, I in the very beginning of this episode, I kind of drew this path here. And the closer you get down to that narrow, that bottleneck, the more you can't fit too many people down there ideologically, theologically, and so people splinter off, people break off. But Owen did it. He stabilized that community, and they're going strong today. They've had three leaders since then. J. Lemoyne Jensen, he dies in 2014. Again, he kind of stabilizes the church. There's nothing too notable about him. Lynn A. Thompson, he dies in 2021. There were allegations of child abuse and some coercive plural marriage stuff with him, and that caused a stir. When he dies, he's taken over by the current president of the church, David Watson, and David Watson's just trying to do damage control for his predecessor, and so he's in a state of stabilizing the church to present day. Let's go ahead and talk about our friends now that come from Short Creek, the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Leroy S. Johnson starts leaning into this one-man rule, which I'm just going to categorize this as abuse. I mean, we could talk at length about it, but basically he is assigning brides. He is now giving himself permission to reassign brides to different people. So if he deems certain men as unworthy, then he can take their wives from them, assign them to someone else, assign them to himself if he so desires. There's a lot of coercion. This is where we start seeing more underage girls being married in the FLDS community. I think we're in the 1980s at this point. I think it is safe to say, it is not presentism to say that Leroy S. Johnson is indeed a child sexual abuser. He is a pedophile. Leroy S. Johnson's policies are so controversial that he starts clashing with people on his own priesthood council. This is so very ironic too, because the reason that Short Creek rejected Rulin Allred is because of this idea of like Musser was exercising authority that he didn't have. He was trying to be the one man kind of a thing. But then the Apostolic United Brethren ends up being much more of like this kumbaya council of elders, whereas the people that wanted the council of elders somehow allowed themselves to be ruled by this very authoritative, I don't know. I just think it's a very ironic thing. At this point, they might as well just kiss and make up in the story, but of course they never do and they never will. Johnson starts having open feuds with some of the council members and basically saying, either get behind me or get out. It's not clear exactly when this happens. I think it's even a couple years before Johnson dies. There's a couple of council members and a couple hundred members of the FLDS that say this guy is out of his mind and we can't do this anymore. So they split off. I have it in my notes here. There are actually 400 to 500 people who break away from FLDS. That's very significant because at the time, FLDS is only about 1,500 people. So a third of the church breaks away and they form what is called the Centennial Park Ward. They also call themselves the Second Ward. It's funny that they don't have church in their title, so they may still consider themselves FLDS, but they're just a different ward under different leadership. Now, I've mentioned that the further you get on the fundamentalist path, the harder it is to maintain unity, and this is so true of Centennial Park. After their main leader dies, the one who kind of led the split off, his name was Hammond, he dies in 1988, and the community cannot agree on the next leader. They believe that the one that's been installed is a little bit too much like Leroy Johnson. He's getting a little bit too authoritarian. And so about 50 to 100 people break away from the Centennial Park Ward, and they create the Third Ward. And I'm not even going to write it down here because the name of the Third Ward is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the Kingdom of God. That's the full name. It's unclear if the Third Ward still exists. Centennial Park definitely still exists today. When Leroy S. Johnson dies, the keys of the priesthood, the authority of that, all of that sealing power, the thing that all of this is about, it passes on to his nephew, Rulin Jeffs. Rulin Jeffs is the offspring of illegal polygamists, and he has a mother that was a plural wife. They were all LDS. He was raised LDS. At some point, they are excommunicated. It is interesting to see the kind of man that Rulin is, looking back to what we know about the boy that he was. and just the trajectory of his life, I think growing up in the environment that he did really messed him up. Because he was the child of illegal things, polygamy, and his mother being a plural wife, for the first 10 years of his life, he went by a different name. He was calling himself, or they were calling him, Rulin Jennings. So they had to pretend that he was someone else. He's like a friend of the family, or he's a cousin. And I can't imagine what that does to early childhood development, but I don't think it did anything good to him. He married the granddaughter of Brigham Young, funny enough, and then he starts taking plural wives, and the granddaughter of Brigham Young says, I don't like that, and divorces him. And now the law of Sarah is in full effect for him, now that the first wife doesn't consent, right? She's under damnation, so he goes on to take 65 wives over the course of his life, which is more than we've seen, I think, in this entire thing. It's more than Joseph Smith, maybe not more than Brigham Young, but quite a bit. Certainly, I think the most in the modern era. Like his predecessor, his uncle, Rulin Jeffs is absolutely a pedophile. I'm going to also say he is possibly a rapist. He begins using this one-man rule even more intensely than Leroy S. Johnson did. He's reassigning wives to himself. He starts removing men from the priesthood and or from the community. He cracks down on isolation. He's trying to control the border town of Short Creek. So he's trying to control all the local governments and courts and law enforcement in Hilldale and Colorado City. He's essentially just trying to be a dictator. And then he dies in 2002. And then the keys of the presidency and the authority of the sealing power, I'm not going to say is given. It's kind of usurped. It is taken by Rulin's son, the infamous Warren Jeffs. If you don't know who Warren Jeffs is, and you want to spare yourself, I will not be offended if you click out of this video now, because no one's life is better for knowing about Warren Jeffs. Warren Jeffs is a monster. He immediately consolidates his power and authority. There's some debate about whether he was even going to get the seat of president or not. Rulin was sick. By some accounts, he maybe even had dementia. And Warren starts grooming his father to basically tell the community, oh yeah, whatever my son says is what I say. So people have already started to be trained in this idea that the voice of Warren is the voice of the prophet, and it kind of naturally fell into place like that. He cracks down on obedience requirements. He asserts control over every single marriage, even pre-existing ones that he hadn't assigned. He starts purging dissenters, expelling competition, meaning other men. He creates hundreds, perhaps even up into the 1,000 of homeless teenage boys that he just kicks them out of his community. They literally had to bring in welfare systems to care for these boys. They were called the Lost Boys. And it was because Warren Jeffs didn't want them hitting puberty and taking any of these women that he wanted. He was eventually convicted, foreshadowing here, spoiler, he's convicted of rape as an accomplice. He does some horrific stuff. He builds a temple. At one point, he starts thinking we need to move to a more isolated location because the government starts cracking down on what's going on in Short Creek, Hilldale, and Colorado City. And so he's like, well, let's move some people out to the middle of nowhere, Texas. They build a compound in Texas called Yearning for Zion, or YFZ. They build a temple there. In the temple, they have the celestial room. Inside the celestial room, he makes a celestial bed upon which he basically consummates these marriages with his child brides as some form of a religious ceremony where he's literally assaulting people. And he recorded it because he liked listening to it, I guess listening back to it. So there are recordings of the assaults in like FBI files now. Some of them have been released in like marginal amounts, but no one should ever have to hear that. They're locked away forever. Throughout his life, especially as the government's starting to be aware of him and cracking down on some of this, he is fleeing different states. He's crossing borders. When they caught him at one point, he had like bags of wigs and disguises. So he's just going around dressed like other people, trying to live the high life. He has at least 80 plural wives that we know of. He was arrested in August of 2006. At some point here, he excommunicates Winston Blackmore, which is where you get that split in Bountiful. So some of them are still loyal to Warren Jeffs, remained FLDS. Winston and his followers were like, this guy is insane, which he is, and was and is, because he's still alive. After Warren Jeffs' arrest, maybe 2 years after, this is 2008, there is an FBI raid on the Yearning for Zion compound in Texas. They take 400 children and basically put them in adoptive homes or foster care systems. I don't know that many of them have been returned. So this is very different from the raid that we talked about earlier. Warren Jeffs was sentenced to life plus 20 years in prison in 2011. He is still currently, present day, 2026, leading the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints from prison, which is crazy. They allow him to do it. He gives orders. His, wives come in to talk to him. His inner circle comes and talks to him. Some of the awful stuff is still happening, just not with him. He's giving direction for other people to carry out the abuse on his behalf. Although I'm sure there's a watchful eye on what's going on there, just because of what all the government and human services know about that community. I mentioned way earlier in this video about Sam Bateman, who is a follower of Warren Jeffs, FLDS, was recently caught trafficking, I don't remember how many it was at least 10, but he might have done more before that, trafficking young girls across state lines. And, it's all for the purpose of building some polygamous compound. And he was, arrested. I think it was arrested in 2019, convicted 2024. So again, very, very recent stuff. And he's saying he's receiving his authority from Warren Jeffs, or that he's at least performing these things because Warren Jeffs taught him how. So it's not clear how much control Warren has from prison, but it's more than anybody would like. When this guy dies, there are people set in place for leadership. So this is an ongoing story. Like, this is not something that is over or defunct by any means. There are roughly 10,000 members of the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints today, and about half of them are estimated to be children. So the ripples of all of this stuff, from all the way back to Joseph Smith era, this stuff is still here with us. Fundamentalism as a whole, in my opinion, is going to outlive LDS. It is going to outlive the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as we know it. There are around 50,000 adherents of fundamentalism worldwide, just total combined, including all the independent fundamentalists. That is more than the Mormon population of Utah Territory in Brigham Young era, 1860. That there are more people practicing polygamy today than there were people in Utah era under Brigham Young. That blows my mind. We are in conclusion mode here, but I just want to do a very brief recap, because I've been talking for hours about these different splinter groups, and it's this whole web of fundamentalism, and it's maybe hard to track it all kind of in one place. So I'd like to put it on a nice, neat as possible chart for you to kind of see how it all connects. So up here you have mainstream Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There is allegedly, we're going to put this in red because it is alleged, a priesthood council that comes directly from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints through one of its prophets, John Taylor. This priesthood council evolves into the Council of Friends, which, depending on the version of Lorin Woolley's story you accept or believe, perhaps evolves again into the second gen Council of Friends. We'll say Council of Friends 2. And this is Lorin Woolley's group right here. Now, if you reject this, and you'd kind of have to reject that as well, because that would be theoretical at that point, then you can say, okay, well, loosely speaking, this guy comes out of LDS and forms this thing. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints did authorize and form the Canadian Mormon colonies. Those were authorized from the church. Those are not up for debate. And neither are the northern Mexico colonies. The Council of Friends kind of gathers together the Salt Lake City Fundamentalists and the Short Creek community, which was at one time a single group. Eventually, of course, these break off into two separate factions. Over here, you have the Apostolic United Brethren, and over here, you have the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or FLDS. Loosely connected to the Council of Friends Gen 2, don't forget we have this very obscure Latter-day Church of Christ, which is that United Order weapons manufacturing group that doesn't really pop up in this story in terms of the interweaving web of things. Out of LDS, you also have the, well, let's go down here. You have the independent fundamentalists. I'm doing a dotted line on where it's like something came out of it rather than a solid line, which is this formed that thing, right? Does that kind of make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like the ones that were formed with some kind of authority.
Formed with authority, or like an official split, as opposed to just an individual or maybe a small group breaking off and starting something. Yeah. So you have all these independent fundamentalists over here. You also have the prophet Onias, and these are both technically called the School of the Prophets. Onias obviously has loose connections with the independent fundamentalists. The independent fundamentalists have connections with the Lafferty brothers. The Laffertys obviously have connections to Prophet Onias. Prophet Onias at one point is mingling with the Musser clan at the Apostolic United Brethren. And the independent fundamentalist School of the Prophet meetings are attracting a lot of members, maybe even disaffected members, from the Apostolic United Brethren. Now, from our Canadian colonies, we have basically directly the descendants or associates of these disenfranchised, disaffiliated Canadian polygamists, these fundamentalist remnants. And you have the Blackmore group. And that Blackmore group gets officially tied to the Short Creek community in and around the time that it is officially the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And then because of that excommunication incident, these break away, and we'll call this Blackmore 2. I didn't mention this before, I guess because I didn't think it felt relevant. I don't know why, because I've been giving a lot of really specific random information. Blackmore's second group, when it breaks off, is called it's the Church of Christ, and then in parentheses, like the official name, it's in parentheses, original, well, I'm keeping it, I'm tired, Original Doctrine. And that's the official name of Blackmore's breakaway group with FLDS. There is another breakaway group from FLDS, which is Centennial Park. This was a mistake I made in the very first 30 minutes of this video because I referred to Centennial Park as a breakaway group of the Apostolic United Brethren when I had that spectrum here. I was mistaken. Centennial Park, and then Centennial Park breaks off into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the Kingdom of God, or Second Ward, Third Ward. Forgot to mention the fact that the Laffertys actually at one point did visit, there's evidence they did visit Short Creek and visited with FLDS. Maybe I did mention that, okay, but I forgot to put it on this chart. Out of the northern Mexico colonies, we have the LeBaron family, the LeBaron crime family, right? And over here in the general proximity of the Mexican saints, we have Margarito Bautista, who creates the Kingdom of God in its fullness. So that's kind of it's a Mexican polygamous group. It really doesn't have anything to do with the Mexico Mormon colonies. In fact, if anything, this is another example of kind of a breakaway from the main LDS church. And we know that the LeBaron family is, or at least Joel, is kind of talking to some of the followers or descendants of followers of Bautista, and is also very much connected to the Apostolic United Brethren, had been for a decade. LeBaron creates the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times, or Fullness of Time. Fullness of Times. I wrote Times. It's a long name, Joel. You should have condensed it. And the Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times certainly gains followers from these independent fundamentalist groups. Of course, from this, you have the two brothers that splinter off. So you have the Church of the Firstborn from Ross, and you have the very evil Church of the Lamb of God. I think that's it.
Wow.
I think that's it. This is our web. So you can see how I have lost my mind. I really feel like with those old what's that scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he's like tying string to pictures and connecting pictures and he's like, it's all connected. That's what I feel like here. Man, the Mormon fundamentalism is a rabbit trail. It's super fun to study. And what's crazy is we've spent hours talking about just this interconnected web, but you could probably spend up to 12 hours studying any one of these particular factions and the ins and outs of its history. There have been documentaries made about a lot of these, just, in their isolation. How connected this all is to us. I think that's the thing that really stands out to me, because you talk to a lot of Latter-day Saints today, especially LDS leaders, and I think there's this notion of like, oh, the fundamentalists, they're not anything like us. They have nothing to do with us. They're their own thing. They're crazy. They're a cult, right? Okay, well, look at the origins and look at the doctrine and how much it all just ties together. It's very, very fascinating to me. I do want to talk about the relationship between us and the fundamentalists, because the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has openly and publicly said in the past that fundamentalism is a cancer of a sort that is beyond hope of human repair. And in my opinion, I think we need more humility and compassion than that. Mormon fundamentalism doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from those that we call prophets of the Restoration. It comes from Joseph Smith. It comes from Brigham Young. It comes from John Taylor. Not only that, but fundamentalism cooked under the pressure of dishonesty and double standards of Wilford Woodruff and Lorenzo Snow and Joseph F. Smith and Heber J. Grant to some degree. And all of these men, by the way, were polygamists, avid polygamists, practitioners of the principle until their dying days. A third of our prophets, as Latter-day Saints, a third of our prophets were polygamists. And polygamy is a form of fundamentalist practice. I say we need more humility and compassion because over a third of our history is filled with fundamentalism. We have been fundamentalists for a third of our own history. We've just shifted towards the secular end of the scale. Now, even if we reject the 1886 revelation, either in its authenticity, which is hard to do, or in its content, maybe we just reject it and say, hey, it was never voted on in General Conference. Nobody sustained it. Okay, let's throw 1886 out of the window. We still do have a canonized version of this polygamy doctrine, which is D&C 132. And not to mention that, we still practice polygamy in the temple through sealings. And this has been a practice from the prophets of the Restoration as well. This is not something that went away when the practice of plural marriage went away. Joseph Fielding Smith was sealed to 3 women by the time he died. Harold B. Lee was sealed to 2. Howard W. Hunter sealed to 2. Russell M. Nelson sealed to 2. Dallin H. Oaks sealed to 2. So that's another third of our prophets that may not have been married to multiple women at once, but all things considered, according to our doctrine, our theology, they are polygamists. And when they die, and most of them are dead, they're polygamists right now. They're polygamists in the spirit world, or they will be polygamists in heaven, in exaltation. So in my opinion, after having studied this for many, many hours, Mormon fundamentalism is inseparable from Mormonism, whether we like it or not. Latter-day Saints calling fundamentalist Latter-day Saints a cult is a little bit like the pot calling the kettle black. And this brings us to our conversation of what is a cult? What do we mean by cult? There is actually no definition. There is no universally agreed upon definition in sociology. The through line seems to be there's got to be new beliefs or some kind of new revelations. There's some kind of an organization. There has to be generally a charismatic leader involved in leading that organization. And there is almost always a tension or an isolation from mainstream culture or religion. By that definition, I'm comfortable calling Mormon fundamentalism a cult. But I would also have to call Mormonism a Christian cult. And I would have to call Christianity a Jewish cult. And I would have to call Judaism an Israelite Yahwism cult. And I would have to call Yahwism a Canaanite pagan cult. And I would have to call paganism an animistic shamanism cult. So you see that basically whenever new beliefs and new leaders and tension with the existing mainstream thing or tension with culture, when that stuff arises, you get cults. And cults are not inherently bad. A lot of them are very benign and most of them die out. Some cults become very successful, and successful cults are what we call religions. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's been a heck of a ride. My goal in this has been to try to build some bridges and try to prove the point that we are really not that different from our fundamentalist brothers and sisters. We are inherently part of each other. And I hope that maybe you learn something. Maybe you learn something about yourself. Perhaps you learned that you are more on the fundamentalist side of that spectrum than you thought. Or perhaps you realize you're way more secular than you thought. These are good thought exercises to create self-awareness. Despite all the messiness, despite all the absurdity, with all of this, and in any situation, in any context, the more that we can try to reach across the aisle and understand one another, the more that we can build compassion and empathy. And I think those things allow us to be more like the Jesus Christ that we all seek to be. And I will leave these things with you in the name of Jesus Christ.